Alrighty, I'm just kind of getting started. Going to play. I'll continue being cold and trying to survive. Alright, let's see. What was I at? Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so the current goal that I've got is going to be to try and build up some more wood and, well, keep things going in terms of foraging. You win! Yes, you do. Congratulations. I actually can say it out loud. It's kind of nice. I was actually gonna pause and type it out, but then I was like, wait a second, I can speak. Congrats. Okay. Here we go. Light this? Oh, I can. Okay. There we go, but congratulations. Kudos. Hopefully you enjoyed to the frozen Kentucky. Yeah. Well, no, your reward was like, I think it's supposed to like rain down emotes or something. Frog rain. You get frog rain. At least I think you do. Unfortunately, I don't get to see it, but, you know. I'm the one that set it up, so hopefully it works. Fingers crossed. Ah, nice. So then it does work. That's good. Okay, we'll keep foraging for a little while. I keep myself warm. And hopefully we can get some more chipstones. Because I need the chipstones in order to chop down the trees. In order to get more wood in order to survive. But yeah, so far we're good on food for the time being. I just need to get more wood. Your hammers... Uh, I don't think that they do, but they might. I don't know. I don't think that would be worth in terms of durability. So, like, if they do break the tree down eventually, you would probably break the hammer long before you would be able to break the tree. But I don't think so. I think it's best to just use bladed weapons, so like a machete or a meat cleaver, or a hand axe or a regular axe or stone axe. Stone axes are okay. They're not great, but they're okay. That's what I would think. Yeah. So there's a mod that exists where you can take the regular stone and you can use it to break another regular stone to get two chipstones or one chipstone. That mod would be really great, but I don't have that mod, so. Because I wanted to make sure that I was kind of. It's mostly a vanilla playthrough. Um, Aside from the modded map, I kept the combat and the crafting pretty much vanilla. So no fancy mods that include weapons, no Britas, no expanded guns, no melee weapons aside from the vanilla ones. Just because I like the combat in the game, I think it's really fun. Yeah, no, I did understand what you were saying. I just don't think that it would be very like it wouldn't work. Is what I'm saying is that it would just break the hammers. Like you probably would have to break if it does work. And let's say that the like a tree has 100 durability, right? Then let's you would have to break like 3 to 5 hammers on a tree, and it's not worth it. Because time, right? It'd be time oriented. My character's fatigue. You see, if it does work, but I don't think it does. I don't know. It just it seems to me like it would do the lowest amount of damage to the tree, and I don't know exactly the durability of the tree, so it just wouldn't work out. It would train maintenance fairly well, though. Like if you were to take like a bar or something and like hit a tree or hit a door, hitting a door you gain, or like the garage door and stuff, you can get lots of maintenance that way. But I understand what you mean, kind of. I just don't think it would be worth the time. I mean, you could make the argument that I'm also like I'm the amount of time it takes me to find a chipstone, and I've managed to see what we've seen two regular stones. So let's say that it is 5 hammers worth to knock down a tree, um, and we've seen two regular stones. Chances are we'll see a lot more chipstones eventually. We'll have to wait and see, especially once we get closer to a road. I am looking forward to the new weapons though in Build 42 because we've seen quite a lot about that stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I understood what you meant. I like I said, I don't think it'd be worth. I'm just gonna keep hoping for chipstones, and well, because chipstones are what I need anyways to make axes. Because well, they're that's gonna be my primary weapon later. The only real reason why I'm using spears right now is because I just don't have enough chipstones to maintain. So I need weapons just period to have. Same as the knives and stuff. As we build up more knives, I'll use knives for a bit too. Let's get some rest, have a little bit of a sit, and put away another screwdriver. And can I make an axe? Not yet. I need what? Branch, I guess? Mushrooms, berries. Put away 9. Okay, so we have one axe right now and one stone axe, so I can chop down some more trees. Alright. Here we go. Perfect. Oops. I need to go inside for a sec. So this is just a box of random stuff. These on the floor there. Okay. They're a little bit encumbered. I want to put you on my belt, but we're not strong enough to do that right now. We need one more level in strength. And Queasy's gone. Okay. Okay, we'll start that up again later. Okay, I want to go and fish, if possible. Oh, hello. Yeah, it's... surprised to find another weapon that does just as... which one? The pickaxe? Probably the pickaxe, if I had to guess. Which weapon is it? Barbell. Oh, yeah, barbell. Okay, makes sense. The trick would be finding a barbell. Because, like, I mean... I think I've only ever seen the barbell once. They're not very common. Not the rarest item in the game, but definitely an uncommon item to be sure. But I'm actually surprised, yeah. I figure the pickaxe might be on the same league, but I guess not. It's like this. Yeah, thanks. I do appreciate it. You know. I don't have everything on the wiki committed to memory, so... I do know some things. I don't know everything, though. No, that's actually vanilla. So I have corpse sickness set to high. So when you that's the only setting that's really affects that. And as a result, we we get corpse sick really quickly. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind questions. Questions are good. There we go. The only time that I don't like question is when I'm sleep deprived and cranky. But that's usually, like, not very often. It just depends. And then it depends on my mood at that moment in time, right? Because sometimes I can be perceptive, it just depends. There we go. Pickaxe and axe are 35, hand axe is 20, meat cleaver is 15. I knew that the hand axe and the cleaver were almost identical. Acoustic guitar, keytar, and hand axe or stone axe are all the same. I would have never put those on the same level. Not ever. Guitar and keytar. But not the bass guitar. Or the electric guitar? Why are those left out? I wonder. Nope, not those. Weird. But why? Why acoustic guitar and... I just... But why? That makes no sense in my head. Because you think that if you're going to include the acoustic guitar, you would want to include the regular guitar, like the electric guitar as well, because think of it. It would be such a funny play on words. They're axes. You see? That's why it would make sense. But not so much makes sense for the acoustic guitar. They're axes. Get it? It would be so good. Okay, I want to light this. Ah. Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. I feel like that's almost a missed opportunity. They could have been axes. Maybe they'll do it differently in the future. Rip. You're tired? Enjoy your rest. I am going to just do the best I can. That's fair. Yeah, the wiki could be wrong. You're not wrong. I agree with that. Don't count all the chickens on the wiki, because, you know, it may not... The weapon section usually is updated more than anything else, from what I'm to understand. There we go. I think I'm going to bring some of these bags over next door. I'd like to bring the bed, but the thing is I can't guarantee that we would be able to do it. So I don't want to. Like, if I were to look at the bed right now, we have a 52% chance to pick it up. That's 2 coin flips, and I'm not doing that. And equip you and the helmet if I'm so inclined. Just to be on the safe side, I will put these in my bag. And we'll have a sleep. But yeah, that's okay if you're looking on the wiki, and like, I'll trust those numbers. That's fine. Some things I won't trust though. Like, I mean, sometimes, especially if they've been proven wrong. Like the I would want to test things like forage radiuses and stuff by myself, because things like the trapping distance and stuff like that have been wrong before. So it's always good to test those limits yourself and make sure. Okay, put this stale away. Right. Fire here. Be active for 6 hours, but I need to add more fire to it. All right. From fire to fire. Stone knife R1. Like damage to trees? Yeah, they're just bad. So the litter opener is just such a bad weapon. It makes me sad to use the litter opener. Okay, we can head out. Okay. And actually, I'll undo this. Well, thank you very much for the follow. We appreciate it. Go. Log. Oops. Yeah, letter opener does more damage to a tree than a crowbar. I mean, it would depend on how you were hitting it. But yeah, I do agree with you. Because I would assume that the player character would be hitting it like with the side of the crowbar. But even the side of the crowbar would probably to cut a tree, even like a small tree, with a letter opener. I don't think it would take 50 days, but it would definitely take a long time. Like if you were thinking like actually how long it would take. Metal openers made of like well it's a metal and it's dull, but like so you'd have to sit there. You wouldn't be able to just hit it against the tree. You would have to like essentially saw it against the tree. I wonder if that's something that somebody's done. Like actually like, you know, cut a tree down with a letter opener. It's one of those things that you would imagine is in one of those hardcore survivalist people that would have done it. Could you imagine? With a letter opener. Chop down a tree. That'd be too intense. Swing and a miss. Alright. Need to work on my aim. I can go there. Back from whence I came. Oh, I wanted to try that thing, so I'm gonna do it right now, just to see. I don't think it's gonna work, as a side note, but I'm gonna try it anyways. So currently it is, what? Beside this campfire, it's like 9 degrees. So we'll put a log on each fire and see if it increases the amount by at all. This is just for me to see this with my own eyes. No. So if I put this out, this should still be 9 degrees. Yeah. I figured that that was the case, but I just wanted to see. Wow, though. I was able to, I turned it off for a second and we're already cold. These were basically guaranteed to be hypothermic during winter. Unless we stay inside. If I can make it to the next area. It would make sense. My character's getting really tired really quickly. Like, she can't handle. Which makes sense. I don't know what I'm gonna do in like a couple of in-game months. Because I'm already struggling for heat right now. I wonder, because I know the heat. What's the maximum you can get out of a fire? I figure there's. It's so cold. I can't even go for a little bit. And the reason why I don't want to leave this lit is because of what happened yesterday. When I came back, the zombies were hugging my fire, which I did not appreciate. I don't want to leave it lit, but at the same time, I don't want it to not be on either, because I'm cold. And this, me trying to load the fire, is costing me in terms of time. Also, putting out the fire costs me in-game hours. It's like, I need to make the fire protected in a way. I don't have any protection around the fire right now, but if I built wood walls around it, I guess that would make it easier. Okay, I'm gonna go forage for a bit. Winter's gonna be like the worst. I'm really hoping we manage to forage up some twine, but or a box of nails. If I could get a box of nails, that would be great, because then I could use I could make some traps. And while I won't be able to load the traps forever, it'd be long enough. Okay. Let's light this so that we can survive a little bit longer. Well, thank you. We appreciate. I don't know what I'm gonna do in terms of the temperature. It's just gonna get worse and worse, right? So eventually we won't be able to go outside. Or not, but for more than a few seconds. Like, even now I'm struggling a little bit to get from area to area. Like, I have little, like, we basically would need, like, closer locations to set up. And then I would wait until we're overheated. And then I'll put out one, and we'd run over to the next one. And I would have to time it a little bit better in order to get around. So we can manage to get a little bit, I think. I'm going to use the fact that we have potatoes right now, though, to get a lot more chipstones. It'll keep us going for a little while. Those potatoes. Wild garlic. Like right now, we're doing fairly well on this part. More wild garlic. We're cold now, though. See? Basically, I have to accept that we're going to be cold. And heat up before we hit freezing. Or do all my fighting indoors? That's not going to go well, because remember, if I killed the zombies indoors and there's a lot of them, then I have to haul their corpses outside, which is going to be annoying, because I don't have the throw the zombies out the window mod or anything like that, so I would actually have to pick the zombies up and carry them out. That's why if we could push towards that, towards the factory, we could then use the factory as a fighting ground. But so far it's been hard. I can sleep upstairs, that's true. But I'd have to move a bed upstairs. We don't have a bed up here. See? No bed. So I would need to bring the bed over from the other one, or sleep on a chair, or sleep in a tent, and that really hurts my stamina overall. There it is. We'll have to see. I'm gonna have to make a choice eventually. We're gonna need to keep running out to fish, though. That's the thing. So even though it's gonna be cold, we're gonna have to do it anyways. That's gonna prove a problem, I think. And the zombies, they don't freeze. Did I really break all the sturdy sticks? I don't want to craft. Five in my bag and one in my hands. Yeah, we're gonna have to sleep upstairs probably in that place. We'll cook these tomorrow. Right now, put out the fire. Check it. There's 8 hours left. Okay. And I should bring back one of these with me. Okay. I know we have a lot of wood here too, but taking wood from the far pile and bringing it here is a good idea. Let's start. Wait, what? There we go. Where's the factory that I was talking about compared to where I am? Here, I'll show you in just a sec. I just want to get over here to the other place. Alright, so here, it's over here. So, relative to where I am, the factory's here. And we've been sieging zombies in this area. They keep attacking me, but and like they pushed me out twice. If they push me out during winter, I'm fairly screwed. Because they like I mean I'll be pushed over here. I would be frozen solid with hypothermia and probably not able to fight at all. And then I would be reduced down to 1 HP, and all it would take would be a small breeze, and I would die. So I need to be careful of that. What I probably should do is I should probably prep some sort of defense here. Because I don't think that we'll be making it to this factory before winter. It would be a pipe dream to think that I could. Alright, so let's see. we doing for... Maybe I'll just keep this one going forever. What is the path that is exposed to the north? I don't know. So I don't know Ravencreek. I've only played about 90 characters here total, and I know that sounds like a lot, but like it was all very quickly, rapid succession over the course of the last few days. And then this is my character that's made it the furthest. So we made it out here. We've survived the first bit, but I don't know Ravencreek. I just know that this path right here is like to what is a trailer park that's down there, and that this is the factory and that I want to take it over. I would assume that this whole area is coated in zombies, and then the trailer park's here, and I've been seeing some zombies over here, like by my spot there. So I'm guessing the trailer park zombies are coming over here, caused by the meta. So I don't think that I can get this taken over before winter. I think we're going to be stuck in winter inside, which is going to be cold, but it's going to be, we're going to do the best we can. No. This is Ravencreek. So this whole map, so this is where I spawned in Ravencreek, and this is Ravencreek right here. Even this is part of Ravencreek, but I would assume that this area here is a less dense part of Ravencreek. So this is the part that I'm at right now. And I'm making the best of it at living out in the woods. I haven't ever really done an out in the woods playthrough, so I'm kind of happy to do it. It's interesting, to say the least. Give it a try, at the very least. Okay, so there's 2 backpacks. We'll heat up a little bit before we head back out. But I do want... The reason why I've got the beanie and the glasses on right now is because I want to do foraging. And we get a little bit larger of radius if I'm wearing the glasses as opposed to wearing the motorcycle helmet. Yeah, I really don't think we'll be able to do much more. With the game getting colder, gradually colder and colder, we're gonna have to make some choices. Can I put this in there? No. Drop it. We're already almost at up to 90. Even being cold, right next to it is almost not enough. We're up to 18 degrees right next to it, but let's go get more wood from those further areas. Yeah, we are likely going to have to fight indoors. There's not going to be any other alternatives. Because fighting outdoors, I'm going to get brief moments like this where I'm going to be able to fight, but I'm foreseeing that it's going to drop even worse. This is but a warning from the game to me to be a lot more careful. Yeah. So I need to start stocking wood. Like I'm a crazy person that desperately needs to chop down trees. Okay, so it can actually only carry right now 2, so we'll put you away. Add you to there. How much is that? We're up to 83 hours. Okay, and then as for this, I want to get rid of all the stale food. I also want to get rid of all the rotten food, and I want to bring all the items over here to this building, because this building has better storage. And also, keeping the short blunts outside, so let's keep to that. That way we can put axes here. Okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't anything bugging me out there. Okay, and grab that. Okay, I may leave this stuff in here. Yeah, we'll leave this stuff in here and we can always come back for it. But I just want to get these other bags and such over into the other area. Okay, we can sort this stuff out so we have stuff to do inside later. Because we're going to need stuff to do inside, otherwise I'm going to get completely bored. There we go. Alright. Those are going to be the bags that we get to sort. I'm going to want to keep stocking wood and absolutely just keep grabbing wood and filling this up, because this I'm going to want cooking for a ridiculous amount of time. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna just skip the winter? I still would have to have enough food to survive the winter. I think I could survive the winter though. Hard to say. Right now we have enough food. I can change really, really quickly. Yeah. It would be so nice to be able to craft my own nails. Because right now I'm not going to be able to do much of that. I have to hope that construction zombies have nails in their pocket, or I have to hope that I forage a box, which it's not been good so far in terms of foraging that kind of stuff. We managed to find a shovel though, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I need to offload my backpack because I forgot that it's full of nonsense right now because I filled it full of the food. So, which I guess isn't nonsense, but yeah, being able to craft nails, that would be lovely. So let's see, we'll put you there, and common wallows can go there as well. That'll help me kind of, if I am forced into hypothermia, I can kind of stave it off for a bit. Here, we'll put 3 of you in here for now. I think I'll put the rest of the wild ginger in here, along with most of the lemongrass. There we go. Good enough. We can go get more firewood. Look, 6 shotgun shells. Nice. Hooray. Fortunately, it's not going to take me very long to organize any of this. But we are building up some weapons at least, so that's positive. There we go. I'm gonna go grab an axe. Okay, I'll wait here for just a moment. Where dry snow begins? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? I'm confused. Like, oh, because it's so cold that it's like, it's not, okay. It's like the kind of cold where you go outside and your skin freezes. This is like day after tomorrow cold. And it's just so cold. What? Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Okay. Let's make 2 stone axes more and put them away. Branches can go on the floor. Twigs can go over here. Alright. I feel like we're making some progress, even though it's kind of slow. And, like, I mean, I'm building up weapons, I'm building up stuff. Difficult to, uh, You there. Stack you. Put it back in my pocket. Add your wood to the logs. Another 30. What? There's only one log there. Oh, there's 4 logs in my inventory. That's why. And what are we at now for fireplace? 154 hours. Oh. All right. I'm gonna want to gain weight, I think. Okay. Go, go, go. I think that topic is not a good one to get into. So I'm gonna abstain. So for me, that's not ever been the case, cause I've always been this sort of too thin. It's just that's been my norm. Um, so, you know, at least for me specifically. I can't talk about anybody else or, make comments on anyone else in that regard. Nor would I, because it's not my nature, but. The truth be told, I've always told myself I should find a way to gain weight and then just never manage to. I think I've gained a little bit of weight though over the course of like getting older, which is good. It's good. It's what I want. I wanted to gain a little bit. I mean, everybody has their own sort of things that they've got to push through or get over, or not, depending on if you're happy with yourself in that way or not. I mean, some folks just vibe. I guess would be the right way to put it, and that's okay. Just be happy. Find what makes you happy. Yeah. There we are. I'm tempted to grab one of those forks just for decorative purposes, so I might do it at some point in the future. I keep thinking about it, that we could have a fork. Yeah, it is really funny, isn't it? I think so too. Whenever I'm feeling like I have to do it, which in this case, it's not that I feel like I have to do it. It's just it's easier to do it than not right now. You feel like the need to come into my home and bug me. Right. No, they definitely have seen it. They just never intended anybody to use the one-handed spear, and or they put it in for comedic effect. Which, if they did, kudos to the devs, in my opinion. That's what I think. I think well done. They wanted it to be like a magic attack in the game, but realistic. Because they had to have coded it in, right? Like, it's one of those things. Ah, we're gonna need to put fire logs on the fire. Where'd that? Oh, it's in the corner. Well, I mean, if in theory, if the two-handed swipe works the way that it's visually represented, your character is supposed to like hit them in an artery or something, right? And that kind of would give an idea. Like you'd be like, yeah, okay. Then if you hit something vital, and I guess that could one-shot them. I'm just basing it on that, right? Yeah, I agree with Tom in that case that it was probably just it's not that it's just the standard animation and then it applies it to the big like the full swing. So we'll dry ourselves off with tea towels, and then I'm gonna eat, and then we'll head out. Yeah, we're cold, but that's okay. I mean, they're probably working on stuff for the new build. Like, we can't just put all our chickens in and say, oh, they're not, they should have, could have done this. They're working on a new build. So maybe there'll be new animations. We'll have to wait and see. Let's just wait on the devs. Let's just not, like, make any silly judgments on them. No point. Because it's all conjecture at the end, you know? Yeah, the one-handed spears is definitely a funny animation, but I like it kind of for that reason, right? It amuses me to a degree. It's like, wow, it's silly looking, but it's interesting as a result. Okay. There we go. Alright, there we go. Tuning in from Indiana. Nice. Wow. I actually need to put logs on the fire to make it stronger, otherwise even standing next to the fire, it's not enough. Like, look at that. Even directly next to the fire, it's 9 degrees. I'm gonna put that out. Neat. Can I wear this? No. Oh well. 15 fish. Okay, let's put you there. All right, so all right. Get myself up. And then we'll do some foraging. Okay, we'll leave that there for now. Forage some stuff. Okay, let's head back. It's a little short spear you got. I mean, you know, it works though. Yes. You're cold at work? Have you tried? Wait, I don't know. Like finding heat of some kind. I don't. I am unsure what to say. Find all the heat and claim it as your own. Burn your office down. We both know that that's not how that works. Fire's not hot unless it's in a campfire or on a stove, right? That's how that works. It doesn't heat you up if it's all around you. Only if it's in like very specific locations. Big metal campfire. Yeah, I probably shouldn't burn down your office. That doesn't seem like a good plan. And this is fine. Everything's fine. Alright. Let us add, or unless we don't have to. No, we don't have to. Light fire here. Can go there. These can go back in here. Pick up 5 more of you, and fishing, shall we? This is fine. Events that are unfolding, they are okay. Add the socks to that, throw these in there, and delete them all. Put out the fire. I need to chop down these trees as well, just so it's a little bit nicer. What? That did not look like it connected at all. Oh, you were inside. That's awkward. Yeah, I don't like that there's this many of you here. Looks like I'm fighting in slow-mo. Can we go inside now? Alright, let's... Made it into a long blade. Why didn't I get long blade XP then? Darn it. My character is jipping me on XP here. It's not fair. Should have got a long blade XP for that. Okay, we'll put 2 logs on the fire. And rest. There we are. We're a little hungry, but that's okay. We'll deal with that tomorrow. We're like very much struggling. Medium blade. That's interesting. Why is there no medium blade? You know, you got your long blade and you got your short blade, but you don't have a medium blade in between. Same for long blunt, short blunt, no medium blunt. Huh. I'm interested if there's what other weapons are going to come through. Like, bows are going to be coming. I'm curious how that's going to work. If you're going to actually have to choose between your backpack or a quiver, that would be so cool. Too many weapon categories. Alright, well, we're going to have to sleep here in a sec. So I should take off the lumberjack shirt and the motorcycle helmet. Why even bother? You don't really need a backpack. Backpacks are luxuries, but like I mean, they're nice to have. You can put everything in them, and then you have all your stuff conveniently in your bag, right? But they're not like a requirement. Like you don't need a backpack. I do like having one though, than other than not having one. I just wish there was more variance in the backpacks. You know what I mean? Like, because your choice is military grade backpack or the large backpack. Those are your two choices, and they're very samey. It'd be cool if you could do some other kinds of backpacks, you know, like. And I know there's a mod for that probably, but long chain. All right. Let's equip you and you. We'll go get some food from the house next door, and then that's going to be our cycle from now on. But I'm going to take a couple minutes to just AFK, so I'll be right back. Beat the timer this time. Okay. Got the fire. That awning is really annoying. So there's 3 spears here. I've got 2 hours of fishing that I could make happen. I think first aid does need some change, but I don't think that that would be it. It would need. It just needs to be. I don't know what exactly it needs in order to make it better, but yeah, you just need the medical books. That's all, and you can do it in under an hour. That's why it's recommended that you do it when you actually injure yourself severely. Like, so for example, you break your leg, go in your base level to 10. But, you know, it was just coincidence that when I did my long run that I broke my leg after I had just leveled my medical to 10. It was just sort of a coincidence. And then I do it whenever I find there's extra time. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Do appreciate. Yeah, that was lucky. I was also lucky I didn't die. Because if I was carrying even like zero point 0.5 to 1 more, the test that I did on Vanishing Towers server, would have killed me. That would have killed the run right there. Just because I fell off that sign. Of course, I died later in like a little, but you don't get to pick your well. Yeah, if I was carrying just one more plank or just my hunger had ticked down just a little bit, yeah, it would have been an unfortunate event. And then I would never have ever made it to. I think I was just. We were just past 100K at that point, I think, or we might have been just before it actually. Don't remember. Okay, so pit stop in here for a second. I want to at least be bringing in 1 to 2 logs a day, preferably 2. Okay. A little bit overheated. That's good. Chop down these trees, I think. I was thinking I would clean this up for fun, but then part of my brain's like, but it's part of the map, I shouldn't touch it. Right? I know it says alive. it's like it's neat, but at the same time it's like I could clean it up though. Part of me's like it's messy. And I should clean it up. That's one of those things that I would think... I'll think about maybe posting a poll later about it. Because it's like... But I could clean it up. Yeah. It is part of the map. That's why I was thinking of just keeping it. Nah. Not true at all, unfortunately. I want to leave it up while I'm chopping the trees. There we go. Oh my god. Didn't I put ropes in my bag? I thought I did. Oh, they're right here. Why did I put them on the ground? I can't trust zombies to not walk into that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this here. Not while I'm around. So at least while I'm here, I can protect them from dying to fire. It's so strange. Like I'm protecting the zombies from themselves, so that they don't accidentally funeral pyre themselves. The keeper of zombies. No, it broke. They've been trying to do it for a while, though. Okay. So we'll do foraging until we're tired or cold or nauseous, one of the two. Cold or nauseous, and then we'll head back over to the inside to get some food. We're actually not really that cold right now, even though it's like we're getting there again, but what? I didn't change that. It changed itself. It must have been the search focus thing. It didn't register the focus at first, and then it registered it after. So you don't even need to change it like manually. Good to see you. You misclicked the react? I don't even know what that does. What does react do? Is there what does the react thing under the stream do? Does anyone know? Because I don't. I've never clicked that. Is it important? Should I know that I'm supposed to click that? You don't know? You're new here? Me neither. I probably should look that up. Because I probably should know. But That requires knowing. I mean, it's probably the same as liking and following. Same idea. You have reactions based on things that you like. I did not like this. Okay. Fair. And that's up to people's prerogatives. If they don't like something, then they don't like it. And that's okay. Not gonna hurt me one way or the other. I'm kind of neutral to it. Evil chatter moment, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just so that people can, if they don't like something, they can say that they didn't like it. But, no, not like this. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Those kinds of things are not why I'm streaming in the first place, anyways. I stream in the first place to go on, enjoy and go on a trip and an adventure. Let's have fun, I do it for fun. So. I have to wear pants because I need to be warm. It is a requirement. We'll get rid of you. And while we have fish, I should eat fish. That must be the key to this house. It can spawn outside? That means the zombie went in there and then went out. I think. I need a I need an axe. Go there. Oh, wrong thing. This one. Where are we at anyways? 163. We got enough for a couple of days. Warm blankets. Okay, we go fishing now. This is kind of just my cycle at the moment. For now. And I'm okay with it. Okay, we're still building some stuff. We'll get rid of 3 of you. All right. We need to get some push on here soon. Right now, it's just been doing the motions, little bits of everything. Because I could incorporate if I decided that we could do an exercise, but then like through the whole winter, that doesn't seem like because that could keep us warm. It's hard to say. Where are these things? No, it's not that risks catching the cold. It's me getting cold eventually that catches me the cold. So, like, if we get cold, like hypothermic, and I can't manage to, I'm gonna catch a cold eventually, and then I'm gonna have to sort of deal with that. Right now, I've got a good flow of food coming in, and I'm trying to keep it that way, but it might be harder to do that than I expect come the actual winter, because it's about to hit October. We're already nearly minus 90 in the game. So, and there's still another minus 60 coming, like in terms of total temperature. It's going to drop even more to the point where, like, is it survivable? I don't know. Like, I don't have the best clothes. I have almost the best. I'm just going to quickly water the crops just so that they keep going. Like, surviving the winter via food is not going to be a problem. I think I can do that no problem. It's just the temperature is going to probably be the problem. I'm thinking about building some wood walls, though. If anything, it'll give me an idea that the zombies are on their way. There's nothing to worry about at that point. You see, all the oxygen, it's gone. Everything's fine. All the oxygen's gone. Did I put this out? I don't think I did, which means it went out on its own. Which means I wasn't paying enough attention. See, and look how fast we drop in temperature. We're already freezing. And I can't speed up the fire lighting process unless I use one of the lighters that we have. But, you know, I'd rather not do that. There we go, we're good. I think we have one nail left that I can turn. If we manage to get twine or fishing rod, or fishing line, I mean, we can make a fishing rod. But that's absolute, like, I need twine at that point, which we don't have. So I'd have to forage up twine. Or fishing line, one or the other. Alright, let's go. We'll drop this food off at the house. I probably should also grab one of these. I'll put some of these on the fire later. Go. Alright, let's hope. Part of me really does hope that we're able to somehow siege that factory. But it's like we gotta wait patiently until we're like, it's only gonna get worse. How do I stay warm in this? So I want to go back over here. Light this fire, I think, to stay warm, and then chop more trees over here. Keep this area clear. Maybe that's the trick to it. Just keep fires like literally everywhere. Just so that I can light a fire right next to myself whenever I need. Okay, let's see. So how much fuel do you have? 15 hours. Okay. Do I have a... I do have a stone axe on me. Nice. Okay, because I want to chop down you. And all of the little trees. I thought I picked up 2 of those. Okay. I'm going to heat this up, and then I'm actually going to equip my... Ah, no, never mind. Actually, we'll put this and this here. Okay. I want to chop down more trees that are over here. You're a bush. Some of these bushes are just ridiculous. And these are trees. Like, these kind of make sense, I guess, but... Uh, right. I'm gonna walk over here and hope that they don't catch themselves on fire while I'm over here. I just want to quickly grab an axe. Okay. Alright, they didn't set themselves on fire. Good. There we go. It's another little bit done there. There we go. Hi, Supertone Man. Hopefully you're having a good day. I am gonna be in need. Yes. Put out the fire there. Bring these two logs over to this pile. There we go. Myself off. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna run around, roping up different. I'm liking that the it's broken the storm briefly. Rope you. Rope you. Rope you. Okay, well, I mean, if we've got a break in the storm, I might as well equip these things. And Do some foraging. Twigs. We're not far off of foraging 5, which is good. Poison. We are currently what? Yeah, we're getting there. Another pine cone. Keep it up at this rate. I probably should go and warm up though. To get some food. So we'll stop off, grab one of these piles, bring them with us. If we get days like this, it's nice. And look, it's up. It's all the way at -70. I'm keen on a day like this. Heck yeah. If it's -70, I'm keen. That's good. As opposed to the -80 to 90 that we've been dealing with. Maybe I'll even go and attack the thingy some more. Get a good meal in first. Let's eat you, and we'll bring you with us. And 7 can go in the bag for now. Alright. We have time. I can go and... We're not going to get to level 5 fishing even if I really push for it, I don't think. Because we are what? We're like less than a quarter through fishing 5. So I don't think we'll hit it with me pushing. Maybe, but it's less likely. So while we have a nice warm day, let's go and siege. This is like the warmest weather we're gonna get for right now. Look at it; it's already it's almost in the -60s. That's good. Like it's hot enough that I'm actually able to heat myself up a little bit, which is good. Should be able to eat a little bit more. Maybe I'll save it for the trip back. We're encumbered. I could really use that extra level in strength so that I can have a knife on my belt. Be able to reach the next area here in a sec. Nah, we're not gonna get there in time, I don't think. Like, how close are we? We're more than halfway. We are exerted, though. It's fine. If it isn't, I'll back off, but I think we can make it. But I think we can make it. I've completely changed my mind. And I now disagree. And think that I can't make it. Actually, do not know. Wow, we dropped into the 60s. Nice. We're not gonna get another warm day like this. I'm so annoyed. I don't have any means unto which that. Or we might get another warm day like this, but it's like. I feel like it's a missed opportunity because we got drowsy. I don't want to chance it while we're tired, so, back we go. Rinse, repeat the cycle until we can get a day that's like this, but earlier. Because if we can get a day like this, and then I'm actually able to take off a layer or two, that would be kind of cool. 313 hours worth of fire in there. And look, our corpses are starting to go away. Like, I'm by no means comfortable where I am, but at least it feels like we started to, like, it's starting to wane a little bit in terms of population. So that's kind of nice. If I had a needle, I would try and insulate more, but I just don't. Really, and are we really sweating? Like that bad? I must have select drop by accident. Let's go to bed a little early today. I didn't mean for that. You, where you, and where you. Okay, solid. Okay. Like that. Like that. Alright. That was annoying. I almost got killed. Okay. I want to go put these things away. Wonder what happens to the sturdy stick when you break it. Like, it just disappears. Do you friction it so hard that it disappears? It shatters into sawdust? Couldn't you still use that for fire, though? And then it would make this, like, the sturdy sticks easier to light? Okay. Out that goes, and off we go. From fire to fire. Warming up to warming up. Right, so we need to make our way this way now, which is going to be hard. The issue that I'm currently facing is that I kind of need... Like, I want that, but it's heavy. I should have just got rid of it. I don't need that. Ooh, we need to heat up. So far, we're doing okay. It's just brutal. I can get some chipstones though. That's not helpful. Do I have an axe in my bag? I do. That strength is huge. Shouldn't have put this out. Okay, I'll leave that on because I'm over here. I just hope they don't accidentally burn themselves. Well, I knew that was gonna happen, but you know, we're just doing the best we can. Alright. Pretty, pretty please, can I have another chipstone? Need to start making my way back. All right. Okay. So I'll drop off one of these in the cottage there, and then the other one will go sleep in. Okay, we can take off you and you. Okay, and before we do anything else, we'll just do a once round. Ice snow. Yeah, that somebody else said that recently, and I was like, wait, what? Because I completely forgot that that's a thing. Did not realize. Yeah, it would, you wouldn't be able to be outside at all. We'll get rid of all of these things because they're stale, and I will put 4 potatoes in my pocket. Maybe a little bit more than that. Six potatoes in my pocket. Sit on the ground. We managed to get a little bit of push on. Get a good sleep in there. And we're going to get pushing here soon again, hopefully. Okay, I think we can put this away. Oops, no. Put out. Can I open that? Alright, so where are you at? You are at 281, so I do kind of want to keep that up a little bit. But how many do I have here? 2 there. Oops. We've got that on the way back that we can grab. If I can get some more chipstones, that would be appreciated. But it's kind of hard. I understand. It's hard to earn chipstones in this weather. In general. I can't wait until we have access to a road. That'll change things up by a considerable margin for stone acquisition. Okay, we'll run back to the cottage, see if there's an... I think I've got like one axe left. And then we'll head out. I really want to push that factory, but it's hard. Because I feel like every inch that I manage to acquire, the zombies take it right back. Yeah, we have one. Beats having none, I guess. We'll work with it. Our character is increasing in capability. She's actually able to run all the way to the next checkpoint. That's huge. Alright. Oh, might as well. I'll light this up. Oh, you not to. It's obvious that I could go this way, but I want to loosen the trees just a bit. Okay. It's 10, so I'll hit that tree again here in a second. I just need to go rest. I want to go through there, but we're gonna lose out on the axe soon. Like, it's not gonna last. I need to go warm up. Also, we're gonna get corpse sickness here in a second. And we have corpse sickness now, but I mean, like, more. There you are. Kudos. Ah, I broke the tree, but like we're making progress, but it's slow. Hi, vey. We're getting there. Well, that's a good idea. Get rid of this. Nope. Thank you, by the way. I do very much appreciate it. Well, now we're out of chipstones for a while, at the very least. Mildly frustrating, but there's nothing I can do. I need chipstones to keep going. I agree. Watering streamers is good. Slash stretching streamers is good. That said, it's bedtime. Alrighty, you have yourself a good sleep, and we'll see you at some point, I'm sure. I am currently hoping that I get another chipstone so we can continue. Those were grape leaves, weren't they? But those were grape leaves. I appreciate the chipstone, but I also would have liked the food. Thank you. Like, it's frustrating sometimes. Yes, I wanted the chipstone to continue my progress. Could I have done with it a little later? Maybe. Okay. Backpack. No, I'm not building a wall, but I do need a lot of wood to survive. Currently, we are surviving temperatures that go as low as, at the moment, -90, but it's gonna get colder. So, like as you can see right here, if I run away from the campfire for a second, like we're up to -80 right now, but we're getting there in terms of cold weather. I'm gonna see triple digits in the negatives soon. Okay, so I'm gonna put you out for a sec. So I can't keep my eye on you. And we're nauseous. So I actually, as much as I do want to continue this, should continue it after. Yeah, we'll head back because otherwise nauseous will screw me. I do feel like we are making slow progress. Because although the logs that we're dropping over there I'm not using right away, I can use them later when we make it all the way to the factory. And also, if I feel like I need to use them now, I can just run over, grab a stack, and throw it next to the other fire. I really would like to make the factory before winter, but it seems like a tall order. Hey, Nico. 1 second, I'm gonna kill this. There you go. Hopefully you had a good stream. Your character's still alive, I would assume, yes? At least I'd hope. We're in the same helmet? Yeah, this one's very insulating. That's why I'm wearing it. I need the heat, like, really, really badly. So, barely? Oh, I see. Me too, kind of. It's very cold. A close call. Oh, I see. What kind of close call? Was it like a close call where, like, you were basically bit? Or you were, like, in a group of zombies and you fell over? That kind of close call? Oh, you lost the mansions because of pinpoint hearing? Yeesh. I've So we're on foot and almost over to trying to get to go to Riverside. In my opinion, what is it still early in your run? If you want my opinion on this, I feel like there is a good strat you could use. Is like be on beachfront property, like for now. Uh, did you manage to salvage yourself a chair? And wham, you were overrun. Yeah, no, I know how that feels. So if you manage to salvage yourself a chair, or if you didn't salvage yourself a chair, there's I probably can't show it to you on the map right now, but over by West Point, see the mansions are like here, right? There is like a small house that's out here in the middle of nowhere, kind of. You can go to that little small house that's like a farmhouse, and there's like a couple of other things. You can go sleep there. There's gonna be like you're gonna have to kill like maybe 50 to 100 zombies, maybe like that's the high end. Low end, there might only be 20 there. That's where you ended. Okay, yeah. So if you rest there, you should restart resieging the mansions using the beach line as food. That's where you spent the helicopter event. Okay, I got you. But that's what I would do is if I would start sieging the mansions again, utilizing that bed And like if they overrun that area, just let them. You don't want them to keep pushing you down because you got to stand your ground at some point. Because if they keep pushing you, eventually the West Point zombies, the Lake Phallus or Ekron or whatever it's called zombies and the Riverside zombies are all going to corral around you until there's almost nowhere to go. So you need to learn, like you need to stand your ground at some point, like and just start like your daily mission would be just to kill like 1,000 zombies and just keep doing it every single in-game day. Well, that it's no, he can feel free to complain, trust me. It's pain, like at first when you, but eventually you'll hit that stride where you're able to just down 1,000 zombies a day. And it's you get an epiphany eventually where it's just like suddenly it's not so bad. And you're like it becomes rinse repeat, and just eventually West Point's numbers will give. And yes, it's not about migration. It's meta. Their meta is chasing you right now, and that's just this. But if you let the West Point zombies keep following you, and then you try to run away, you can only get so far, and then eventually, all these zombies will surround you, and then yeah, that's not good. But yeah, your complaints are valid. It's just you're playing on pinpoint hearing. You're kind of over West Point. I get that, but you chose West Point to start. If you go to Riverside right now, you're gonna have to kill like quite a bit. Like it'll be feel pretty much the same, except from the other side. So I mean, you could. It's yeah. You were. I can't remember how far into West Point you were, but if West, how far into West Point were you? You were around what? You were in the double digits of K, I think, right? You got nowhere. Um, Spank died. You're on mic. No, I know you're on mic now. Mike Gratianoff, I think, right? That's what you said. Um, and he's. Oh, I guess he would only be a few thousand in, yeah. He didn't even get into West Point. Yeah, okay, then then you could go for Riverside if you really want to, or you could go for lake the lake. 1 month old. Yeah, I mean you can go wherever you want. The world is your oyster. It's fresh. Yeah, you can go there or wherever is best. Have enjoy. I'm gonna try not to freeze. But yeah, I thought for some reason I thought you were thousands in. I guess that was Spank, wasn't it? I remember you were playing Mike. I thought Mike was further along than he is. Runs. They start to blend together after a while. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so then it was Spank that was at 11K kills, but I thought that Mike was at also around like nearly double digit K as well. But I guess he's not. Oh, hmm, really close to touching West Point. And then the meta started pulling them in. Yeah, where you've got helicopters and such. Yeah, that's always a bit of a stress. I got distracted and ran all the way down to this fishing location. Oops, it's okay. Not a big deal. We'll just rest here. You had like 10 meta events. Yeah, meta can be a bit, especially on pinpoint hearing. No, it doesn't break. It breaks line of sight because I can't sleep for some reason. I don't know why, but for some reason the game thinks this area is not safe. Couldn't honestly tell you why. These stupid zombies. Yeah, me too. I'm baffled. I don't know why the game thinks that I'm not safe. It's strange. Looks safe to me. So I'll kill this one and the one behind the trees over there. Oh, being cold sucks. I gotta go heat up. Gotta go heat my body over by a fire. But soon the outdoor fires won't be enough. I'm seeing that we're getting to the point where like I'll be barely warm by the outdoor fires. Not even actually. I'll start getting cold near the outdoor fires. You're turning off migration entirely. You'll still struggle though because of pinpoint hearing. Unless you shut off the meta events as well as the helicopter, it's still going to be kind of tough because the zombies will still like hunt you down. It's just the way they are. They will always find a way to get to you. Is there no fuel in this fire? No. I need maybe there's fuel in this one. Yeah, there is. Okay, nice. Hello. You've been quietly working, but you wanted to say hi before bed. All right. Hello. Hi, Denu. Hopefully you're good. I'm having a good day. I just need to not be so cold first and foremost, and then I'm loudly lurking. This one in both hands. Have a good sleep and have good chores, and make sure to take rests when you guys can. Uh, Denu's rest is going to be called a sleep. Those are mythical rests that last quite a while. Okay, so we can put you out. Yes, you only temporarily shut off for a bit. Add the log that's in my inventory, and then we got to head over to. I want to get back to the to our little cottage so that I can eat and sleep. Well, sleep in a bit. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. I do very much appreciate it. It's been kind of samey with this playthrough so far because I'm kind of stuck doing the same things over and over again, which is I need to eat, I need to sleep, I need to stay warm, and we're getting some push going, like not an aggressive push, but we're getting some done. Hello. There's a surprising amount of zombies in the woods on this edge. Yeah, it's been brutal. Hopefully it'll ease back just a bit for us, but once I get back there. But I need to go back, rest again. I'm tempted to eat fish, like fish up a fish and eat that, but well, I mean I can, I guess. Probably prefer it actually. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do it in a very particular order. I can eat whatever I want, but I'm very much I don't like my weight to be bad, so I hyper focus the weight really hard because I don't like it to be bad. Okay. Alright, that's good enough. Put that out there. But yeah, have a good sleep and enjoy. Say hi at Auto or bye or night or something. I don't know. Insert words here. Thank you very much for the follow. Hopefully we can push back. I think we'll get back to the cabins, hopefully. Only a handful of zombies between me and there. But a handful when you're tired is like a lot. Like it becomes not a handful anymore. It becomes like a few. Should be back at the cabins in a few seconds. What's my end goal? Right now it's to survive. I want to take this factory area, but the end goal is going to be to survive and take down Ravencreek. So we spawned in Ravencreek, and I ran out here to recover, fix my weight. Hi, Vanishing Tower. Hopefully you're having a good day. Um, the Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're doing right now. As we build up our skills, we'll get stronger, and then eventually, my goal is to take Ravencreek. So, Ravencreek will become mine. And then once I'm done claiming Ravencreek, if like all things go according to plan. Oh, sorry, I don't have a hug command. I have other commands that are more lame, I guess. I'm sorry. I added fireworks. No wink command either. But you do have emotes that you can use. I've seen your emotes. They are lovely. Let's like this. But yeah, so currently my goal is to survive, and then later, because right now we're gonna be dropping down even more. None of these work, and I don't have any of those kinds of commands. Mostly because I don't like to have too many commands. I think we have like 30 commands, and that's only because that they're just informational commands. They're not like any of those kinds of things. I just like posting info for people if they need it, and then from there, less clutter that way. Um, let's see. It's just for my tastes. Newbie, so you've been playing about 3 week games is amazing. Or no. Okay, I get you. If you have any questions, I'm game to answer those kinds of things. The But yeah, the goal right now is to eventually take over Ravencreek, And then once Ravencreek is taken over, we'll decide what's next after that. I need to take care with it, though. That's why we're going so slow, and I'm taking my time with it. I'm not rushing. There's no need to rush. I can play as long as I want. So, you know, at least until Build 42 comes out. This gives me something to do until Build 42 comes out. Plus, I'd never played Ravencreek before. So, this is like my first. Like, I haven't even really seen Ravencreek. I've looked around a little bit, but I've not actually seen the map. You don't need one in the base game. If you're playing just regular winter, you don't need one. They're excessive. Like you're it gives you heat, and you could maybe make an argument for winter, but not really. The winter in the base game doesn't get cold enough. You can just wear clothes and you're good. If you see your character starting to get cold, just put on more layers. Like this outfit that I'm currently wearing would last through winter easy on in vanilla. Actually, I would have to take off some layers because it's too hot. The antique oven is just sort of like another barbecue that heats the room, um, in in vanilla. They're nice though. They look nice aesthetically. Like I like the way they look. But yeah, they're in barbecues that heat the room. You have bad weather enabled. Even the worst weather in vanilla is not that bad in comparison to like the storms of cryo winter. At least in my opinion. Like yeah, cryo winter is brutal. I didn't expect it to be this bad. Like in terms of difficulty, I very much underestimated cryo winter when I went into it. I'm like, I'll be able to move around and stuff. No, I'm not able to move around. It's too cold. Okay, that where this where that. Oh yeah, that's fair. It's understandable. Those kinds of things are not for everybody. Time 16 is sort of like marathon style, and Zero to Hero is similar. It's and when you put them together, it's like combining two marathons essentially, and then so you get to play for longer. And then Cryo Winter, I've noted that your character you're kind of gonna want to go slow, unless you take over a good spot like that has proper heating and stuff. Also, you should well, it's good to know where all the furnaces and stuff are, like fireplaces and those kinds of things. Yeah, that's the thing with Zomboid in general. You're gonna want to play slow because Zomboid is very much if you go too fast, you'll get yourself killed, kind of thing. Unless you're playing something that requires it, like sprinters, for example. That requires you to go fast, but also to be precise. So it's like it's probably the hardest difficulty in Zomboid would be sprinters. This is fairly tough, but I can just kind of survive by um, constantly foraging and like we're able to keep our food going at the very least. I didn't mean to drop that. Um, and then I just need to wait for a break in the storm. I'm right next to the fire, and it's -2. Yeah, we're at -90 now. Oh, I took the campfire supplies with me. Have a good sleep, Danu. Yeah, neck injuries are the worst in the game. You can die really, really fast if you get a neck injury. It's nearly instant if you get a burn to the neck, because assuming you're still on fire, being on fire is the worst. And then I have one stone axe. No nails. No, you can't. That's the sucky part. River right next to you? Nope. Can't jump in. No stop, drop, and roll either. I want to leave the fire on. I really, really do. But part of me just knows zombies are going to wander over to it. And then I'm going to have to deal with that. Regular cold. I need to go heat up. Oh yeah, but it's because the game doesn't have just survival, right? Survival's part of it, but it's because it's like a RuneScape kind of game, and it's like also a like you got your grinding that you can do, you got looting, so that there's that as well. And then there's like the other aspects of it that are like playing The Sims, character management. Exactly. So you like The Sims, and you like see. So and then that's basically what Project Zomboid rolls all into one: a zombie apocalypse survival Sims RuneScape style game, kind of. Because there's lots of good grinding and all rolled into one. Yeah, it's definitely a really good game in that aspect of things. And I really can't wait until Build 42 comes out. Because Build 42 will like be a lot more. And we'll get a lot more things to do. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so we need to heat up again. No, there's gonna be like performance update, and like so the game's gonna run better. Um, it's there's gonna be a lot of like a lot of additions as well. So like farm animals, crafting, new weapons. Basically, the game get is when they do uh, a build, it's like crazy the stuff they include. Like it's basically like a brand new game. Yeah, the lighting overhaul. It's just gonna be tons. I'm really looking forward to the performance updates because my computer's a bit of a potato. It's not like a super potato, but it's like it's old. So, but having better performance, gonna make things run better, and having critters and stuff is gonna be interesting. I'll be honest though and say that I'm not going to just run right in and be like completely marathon-y in it, or at least I haven't intentions to do that. I'm gonna probably play it on a sort of not high difficulty, but like I want to play it on like a fairly high difficulty, but not like this. This is too much. I want to experience the crafting and stuff. I don't want to be focused on you know, too focused on like ridiculous amounts of zombies and stuff like that. I want to experience the other stuff. So while I am enjoying this, and this is really fun, and I do like this, um, it's a bit much in terms of yeah, exactly. And that's what's going to happen. You're just going to gradually like raise the bar over time. Okay, I want to go all the way back and get some food. Although I don't really need to. The reason why I want to get back is because Notch just is kicking close to sick. So I just want it to be gone. All right. All of this food is stale. Oh yeah, exactly. And you can play with your friends, which is one of the better features. A lot of people really like to play their multiplayer. There's nothing wrong with that. It's one of the biggest updates was when multiplayer was released. There we go. All right, so let's have a rest. Eat some food. Oh, I got you. That's why you prefer to go solo on your own at your own pace. It always does depend. Everybody plays the game slightly differently, right? So, like, I mean, they could be, enjoying their base stuff and the sorting and the looting and all of that stuff. It's also good to make sure that you're not traveling too far, like from where you're basing. So, like, if you are like from where you're gonna go and loot, let's get rid of this. Need some of you. Come on, Queasy, work with me here. There we go. It's gone. Nice. Like right now, I'm spending majority of my time trying to get to this factory that's close by, and then once I take the factory over, it's going to be my new base location that I'm probably going to work out of, and then I'll always have this place to fall back to if we get overrun, which is more than likely going to happen. I already anticipate that it's a very firm possibility. Yeah, exactly. So you have a leg up then if you've been watching content. can help get you sort of on the go. Yeah, that's true. There's only 3. Oop. With luck, I'll be able to do more in the near future. Right now, we're kind of trapped in a loop, which is unfortunate, but it's the game mode that I'm playing, so I kind of have to get over it. Oh, I had. This is my 90th character in this particular run. But everybody dies. That is the golden rule of Zomboid. Everybody dies. I died probably hundreds of times before I got a run that was really, really good. And you know, it takes time, right? Even just in this, it took me over 90 to get to this point. Or 89. But still. If I was doing this in West Point, I probably would be able to do. It probably still would have took me like 5 tries, because the cryo winter part is just not easy, and then I know how bad West Point can be. I think it's really fun though. Okay, let's go and continue our search for items for a little while longer. Because I need chipstones right now. Absolute worst case scenario, we do have a lot of bugs, so. If I'm forced to stay in and can't leave. which is unlikely. I don't think that that'll be the case. Alright. I'm going to pause there for just a moment, just so that I can AFK for a little bit. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Able to warp myself. How much do you have? 242. Hmm? Hmm. All right. You, you, you. It's a cold day. Ooh, that's a fire axe. No, I need to disengage. As much as I very much would like that fire axe, like, it's so annoying. I want that fire axe really, really, really badly, but it's like I have to disengage because we hit cold and we're on teetering on the edge to freezing. So I don't want to freeze. So I need to go get warm. It's so frustrating because that's the first fire axe we've seen in the run. Lots and lots of hand axes, no fire axes, but now we've seen a fire axe, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, no axes. Like, we've seen hand axes, one machete, two lighters, and a pack of matches. And believe me, I look, because it would suck to not look and not, you know, to miss one. I just put my water on that. I tried to stop myself, but I couldn't. Not fast enough. It's so cold. I almost died there. That was... Cold ticked over and almost screwed me. Oh my god. Run away. Run away. That was the closest I think I've ever been to death. I literally 100% thought I was dead there. And by all means, I should have died. That's why cryo winter cold is brutal. Ah, it's so close. The so close. For new folks though that are wondering what the hell, because obviously those zombies look like they bit me, yeah. You during the push there are brief invulnerability frames, very very brief, and I managed to basically do fairly good at the push there, so That's why we didn't die. And also, it's just, yeah. That frame, yeah, it's very dangerous. You don't ever want to be counting on those frames to save your ass, but they do happen to save you sometimes, even if you don't want them to. Like not wanting them to is not the right wording, but you know what I mean. Like I deserve to die there, but I didn't die because of that. It's an in-game mechanic that exists. I don't really feel like it's a bug, but at the same time, it's like it's because the game can only register certain amount of actions, I guess, or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's tough. Thankfully, though, I get to keep going, so that's a benefit. Oh, thank goodness it's warming up a little bit. I can't take this minus 90. It's tough. I can't go anywhere. And I can't leave the fire on either, because if I leave the fire on, the zombies will wander themselves over to it. You do the fence mechanics? The fence mechanics are good too. I don't mind them. And I have nothing against that stuff at all. I think that that's very much useful and very important in sprinters especially. Okay, let's go. But yeah, so that cold ticking over, like that, I figured it would be dangerous, but that is an example right there of why it can be dangerous. It slowed my attack speed so much that it's awful. And also, I'm kind of breaking one of the rules of survival by fighting in the tree lines. You shouldn't do this. I just don't really have much choice. Should always fight in the open. Give yourself as much space to move around as possible. Yeah, it really is. It keeps things interesting, that's for sure. So I'll kill this zombie here. The fence will kill you. Yeah, that's generally... Fences are basically a two-edged sword. They will... You know, it's they will protect you, but they will also get you killed. It's kind of like very much... Alright, we gotta get back. You're trying this now? Like the Cryo Winter? Cryo Winter is really, really tough. Especially if you start with no power. Instant off. Because if you start with power, you're going to have central heating, and that'll kind of take away some of the essence of the mod. Because then it'll be easier in the beginning, because indoors will be 20 degrees Celsius, which is, you know, standard room temperature, kinda. A little bit colder, but average. Add the log. Light the fire. Yeah, it's fun to play with those settings off. Alright, put you out. Like softer PG, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you enjoy a sort of a lighter sandbox, it's just like I knew people who used to play The Sims, and they would turn on the cheats, and they would, you know, build cool houses and do a role play. That's what they would do. So, you know, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with playing Builder. There's nothing wrong with playing with multi-hit. You know, play the game the way that you want to play it. Don't let anyone tell you differently. It's whatever you want. Okay, I need to kill these ones before cold kicks in. I'm never doing that again, though. Risking if cold might kick in. I didn't realize that it was that cold out. Papaya. I haven't seen that emote in forever. I think it's because it was it deemed it was deemed offensive, right? That's why. It's a little strange. Oh, I brought them with me. I guess it's fine because we're gonna go and light the fire again, heat up a little bit, rest, and then run back. I can't wait. We're almost there. So close. Okay, put you out. And equip you in both hands. You do more damage to trees than the regular axe. I'm very excited to use you. So I'll be able to really cut through this side with this. Basically, yes. At least right now, because it's fall going into winter. I'm gonna basically need it the whole time. Once it gets to spring and summer, it's fine because spring and summer are like -40, -60, and that's doable. But I'm literally constantly in the minus like 70 to 90 range right now. Ah, dang it. It's just it's not it's fairly brutal. Okay, I need to go heat up, but we are I feel like are we actually making here 1 second. Yeah, we are. Okay. Well, we're about 3/4 through. I've already been to that side of the factory a little bit, but I need to keep like pressure on is what I need. I'm hoping we can take over the factory because if we do, I'm sure there's probably an axe or two in there. All right, let's light the fire. We'll get a rest in, and then we'll get back out there. But yeah, right now it's like in the -90 range, etc. It's like it's not easy to keep warm. Let's get on with that. Okay, let's run over there. Hopefully, we can just at least cut through the tree line right now. Skill issue. One second. I'll check. This is from this. This song is called "December" from The Sims. So it's from Sims 4, and it's called December. That's funny. Okay. Okay. We're exerted again. Okay, we'll run back really quick and we'll get a rest in. Let's light the fire again. Yeah, it's just funny that it's called December. Yeah, there's a lot of sim music on my tracks because I really do like them. They're very good. Okay, we are still only queasy, so that's solid. Kind of want to remove this tree. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna run out again, heat up, because I want to kill these zombies, but we're really, really close. What did you get your foraging up to? Right now it's level. Remember, I only had foraging 1, I think. So these 3 levels have been grinding like very slow. But so like it's nearly level 5. Do I go back now? Yeah, we got to go back now. As much as I don't want to. Yeah, winter berries are a thing in foraging, so I can still survive in foraging. Like I can still eat and stuff. So, but it's there's no guarantee that it'll be that easy though. Because with how many storms we're getting and how small our forage radius is, and how long I'll be able to go out for, like we'll probably struggle unless I have campfires literally every like 4 squares. Which I was thinking about that, but in order to do that, I would have to chop down like half the forest. Which I mean, it's doable. It's just it's gonna take a long time. I do have like hand forks, and I do have a shovel, yes, so I can dig furrows. And if absolutely worst case scenario popped up and I needed to eat worms, I could, but I'd rather not if I could avoid it. I don't like eating that stuff because what happens when you do that is you get sad, and I have no means of it. Like I have 1 book And I don't want to use that one book on unless I absolutely have to. We have no bottles of antidepressants at the moment. Not a single bottle of antidepressants. No painkillers, no beta blockers, nothing. The zombies have been unkind to us. I mean, we just got our first fire axe though, so as much as the zombies have been a little bit unkind, um, you know, they're not that bad, and I'm not mad at them because they gave me a fire axe. I should clean this up with the fire axe. Because eventually it'll become annoying, and then it also could become dangerous. I'm just kind of being lazy about that right now because I just wanna progress. And chances of me coming back out to this particular area after are less likely because I'll be probably trying to siege Ravencreek. Unless the prison's entrance is up there by the factory, which then, I mean, well, obviously I'm going to have to fight the prison zombies. Or if they are prison. That might be the outer wall of Ravencreek. I don't know if it's a prison or if it's the outer wall or what. I just know that there's guard towers, so it makes me think it might be a prison, but it might just be like a military like blockade too. I don't know Ravencreek well enough to make any of these like informed map knowledgey thingies. Okay, so what are we gonna eat? This potato is what we're going to eat, and then I am going to put new potatoes in my inventory. Okay, this is just getting my bearings a little bit. I think we'll go to sleep a little early so we can do fishing in the morning. 20. Hello. Exclamation point mods. I have them all displayed and like is it Imager or Imgur? I don't know. They're on that site though. But if you type exclamation point mods in the chat, they'll be displayed. I know it's killing you that you want to give me spoilers, but I don't want to be spoiled. I want to experience the mistake of, oops, I didn't realize that this place was as dangerous as it is. And then either I'll die for it or I'll manage to get out, just barely. And that's part of it, right? Uh, so far, though, we're doing, well, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I just need to keep it up. My chat died for a second there. So if anyone said anything, I probably missed it. last message I see is, where are the mods? Yeah, it is kind of brutal. If anyone else had any questions in between there or made any comments, I might have missed it, and I'm sorry. Doesn't it go away? Yeah, it's kind of slow to go away, but that's okay. I don't mind. I have to kind of play slow anyways because of the cryo winter as it is. So I don't mind it kind of forcing me to play extra slow because I have to think about it. It's an extra, thing that I'm worried about. Let's see, what are you doing? I definitely want to grab some more of those. Why is it we park in a driveway, but we drive in a parkway? I don't know. I wonder why they call it a near miss when it's a near hit. Like, you know what I mean? You didn't nearly miss. You nearly hit. Why does a pizza come in a square box? These are the questions that keep me up at night. But then you got some of those pizza places that do the square pizzas in the circle box. You're not wrong. Foraging is very, very, like, it's good. Like, it's really, really good. I like foraging. Those kind of questions are always interesting. I'm gonna bring these things in, and then my goal is to kind of look for chipstones for a little bit, and then because we're gonna need the extra axes, we're gonna run out of axes at this rate. I'm pretty sure. We have about 4 more bundles that we can make, as well as Oof. Alright, let's go and have a rest here for a moment. Okay, and let's head out. No, chat's doing that thing again where it's loading. My chat's disconnecting a lot. I'm sorry if I miss anything. Okay, let's carry on. I think I can make it to the next area without much worry. Those little trees are annoying. We're bed because you're sick. Aw. Hopefully you have a good sleep there, and you can like bypass 99% of the sickness. I'm sorry that you're sick. Feel better when you can. Appreciate you. Don't blame IG. I have no idea. Okay. Nope. No respawn. We have times 16 zombies. We don't need respawn. That would be excessive and impossible. I wouldn't go anywhere. I would just be in this area forever. Literally forever. I wouldn't be able to leave. And eventually they would kill me. Because they would overwhelm me. I have played with respawn in the past, though. It's just, you know, and I think we all do. Everybody starts out in a game mode that has respawn on, you know, and then, you know, you start kicking up the population and... Yeah, it should be, maybe, but I mean, it isn't. It's the default settings are it's on, so... And maybe they'll change that in the future. Maybe they'll decide to turn it off. But I think the reason why it's on to start is because the standard game modes are not that high of a population. So you can, like, basically wipe out the zombies in your area faster than you would be able to, you know, faster than they respawn. It's just when we're playing on high pop settings, we're not gonna have respawn for the most part. Because, you know, you clear the area and then you can go somewhere else if you want more zombies. Oh, interesting. Every time I see that now, it just makes me laugh a little bit because I seen that Spider-Man movie with Emma, and the M at the end of ATM stands for machine. So, you know, ATM machine. uh, it's just like saying chai tea, tea. Yeah, it's day one, time 16. Okay. I just want to check on something, so I'll be right back. Hello? Okay, there. The washer was full of clothes that needed to be changed over. Hello? You're amazing, you mean? I do think everybody's amazing. Even the people that don't like me and stuff, I don't mind. And it can still be amazing. Just because I disagree with someone, or I get in a fight with someone, or any of that stuff, doesn't bother me in that sense. I still think everyone's great. I'm actually still cold even by this fire. Please let me warm up. Antipasta? Oh, yeah. Both of those people are amazing. I really like them both. No, 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 no! No! I can't put that out! Out of everywhere! Why did he have to do that? No, please don't burn down the fence. Pretty please? Just burn out. Just burn out. You can burn out right there. Yeah, burn out. They just can't get away from my fire. It's so annoying. That one was even stolen by the fire. I couldn't kill the zombie fast enough. The West Point wall is unfortunately that playthrough died. Because, well, I fumbled the keys and I lost my character. And then, unfortunately, I didn't have enough time before I went on vacation to start up another wall playthrough. So I just did sprinters for a little bit. And then when I came back, now I'm doing this. And it's been really fun. Yeah, it happens. I'm sorry. I will do another wall playthrough eventually. I do want to finish it. We were 60% done. Alright. I hope there's something good in this factory too. But even if there's nothing, I'm okay with that because it'll give me space to work with. Which I currently... and a big building. But yeah, I'm human too. I make mistakes. I'm not a machine. I have emotions. I get mad. I get sad. You know. Ah, that slow is so terrible. But I'm happy because we did manage to cut through the tree line. And being cold is not a bad thing. It's being freezing that's the bad thing. Oh, these potatoes are stale. I don't want to eat them. Drawn to fire? That would drive me nuts. Because it already feels that way. Like, look, I'm not... Well, they're drawn to me right now, but... I just need to heat myself just a little bit. Length of the days, they're set to 1 hour days. Because I feel like 1 hour days are decent. It's 92. And it's getting colder. I need to get back. Can I make it to the next checkpoint? I think I can. I have to trust that I can. Okay, time to pull out my emergency water. I don't have emergency food at the moment. So that sucks about the potatoes, but there's nothing I can do. Oh, it's huge. Yeah, you get almost double the time to work with. But it also means that you go through a day faster, so you can do more like kind of quicker as well. All right, let's get back. Yeah, you'd think the fish would freeze, but no. Fish would freeze, potatoes would freeze. Although then again, I did grow the potatoes in this weather, so that's the only crop that I'm allowing myself to grow outdoors is potatoes because there is no winter crop at the moment. So I feel like it's fair. Plus, I have to manually water them. Normally in a playthrough, I wouldn't do that. I'd just let them grow on their own. Just throw down the seeds and then walk away. And then suddenly I'd have potatoes in a few days. Like, well, not a few days, but it's like, it's what it feels like. Yeah, potatoes, they're sturdy. They're a sturdy veg. Like, I mean, I don't think they could grow in minus 90, but, they are a sturdy veg. They definitely can do things that a lot of things can't do. She's just knitting. Let's see. What are you at, anyways? 240. So if I put these in there. All right. Sit on the ground until Queasy's gone. Okay. Go, go, go. Yeah, potatoes. They are great. Best crop. I could cook this stuff, but nah. I'm just gonna get rid of all of it. Yeah, it's all turning stale and I don't want to deal with it. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. That's better. Okay, we'll get rid of these potatoes, and obviously the other ones are going to be needing to be gotten rid of as well. Let's dry ourselves before we leave. Okay, it's nice and warm in here. And it's unfortunate that those are gone now. Good night, Vanishing Tower. I'll try my best. Appreciate you. Today is... 1 second. I gotta... like that. How's that? Okay. Okay, I need to go and fish. I should start getting into the habit of fishing at the allotted fishing times right now. Because look at it, we're nearly at negative 100. Can I even be out right now? You would literally freeze solid within mere moments in this. Like, at what point does a human body just stop? Like, and like complete. Like, I mean, you don't. I don't know. Like, it's you walk out and you just be frozen immediately. Like, human bodies need to be like 30 degrees, right? Or well, between 30 and internally. You'd be done. That's a good point. What do those folks on Everest put up with? You get off a non-stop flight. It's funny. Those are funny. Minus 60 up here. It's I don't know what our record is, but it is absurd, and it might. I don't know if it's colder than this. I'd have to look it up. That's like this is really cold, and I've seen weather that's well, not this. I don't think I've ever been in cold like this. I barely went like the door was open when but like I didn't actually go out in the like weather that's in the 70s. I've been out in minus 50 though. Everybody kind of goes out in that like it's kind of normal. Let me see. What is the record here anyways? There's conflicting information, Google. Like, come on. Let's see. What to do, what to do. I'd like to continue, but it's like really hard to push in minus 100. It's like, and we're not even in winter yet. Winter doesn't start until December. So like my goals right now will be probably forage for a bit. Like this is gonna be we're trapped in for months. I don't want to be trapped in. I want to go and do stuff. I don't like it. Don't trap me. Like look at that. We're already in cold. Yeah, I can. Um, we're doing okay-ish. My hand is cold, and my neck is cold. So I suppose what I could do is I could find a better pair of gloves. I don't have a needle. That's the issue. So is this hand actually screwing me? Because I don't have a neck, anything on the neck, and I don't. The rest of it's fairly good insulation. Just this hand. There's obviously a scratch here and a scratch there. Yeah, we're basically gonna be struggling. The only way I could get more insulation is if I had like padded jacket, padded pants, firefighter gear. Here, let's see if we can't find somebody who has a pair of gloves on. Maybe if I wear slightly less warm gloves, but gloves that have insulation on the right hand, it'll be better for me. Come on, there's got to be one of you who has gloves on. Oh, hello. Um, Yeah, it was not too bad in summer. I just need to last through the winter, which is a pain because I don't want to just skip over the winter. Although I suppose I can. I could just sort of essentially fast through the winter, but I'd rather not do that. I'd rather function slightly, like, work a little bit. We'll have to kill some stuff that shows up, but we can go outside for brief moments. We just can't go outside for very long. Nope. Let's get a rest in. And like we see we're good for a second or two until it kicks in. Getting chipstones is useful, at least. Does it laugh? Is it a joke? Yeah, it's still a joke. Because a joke by definition doesn't need anyone to laugh at it. I think. That. Make stone axe. I'm just deciding what I want to do. I managed to make another axe at least. So there's that. You succeeded. Because that's the outcome that you were looking for, I think. Paradoxes are interesting, though. Reminds me of playing Portal. You succeeded at failing. You can succeed at failing. It's a paradox, but it is something that exists, obviously. Because there are people that try to fail and they succeed. It'd be a cool wave. Wave cool back at the heat wave. Okay, I'm gonna dry myself off over here. There we go. We're back up to 3, so that's another. I don't have to stress on it for like 12 days. That's the thing that I've set up here. Okay, so I'll do a brief run out for more chipstone before we go fish. Another chipstone, hell yeah. Because I want more axes just in case, because we're going to need them. And the more foraging we get, the easier this becomes later. Make an axe. Yeah, we're not going to be able to go very far. How many branches do I have there? 12. Okay. Oops. That doesn't matter, I guess. So. How about now? Up into the 3, like the higher end there. Alright. We got 2 axes. How much food do I have on my person? We have 6 fish, which means I should be able to gain weight just a little bit. But maybe not. Eat 3 of the fish now. Do 1, do 2. That's a tree? For real? That's a tree. I'm a little surprised. That's a tree. My bad. That's a tree too? Really? That doesn't seem like a tree to me. Chop down these trees next. Let's see. Oh, we are level 5 strength, which means we are no longer feeble. We are no longer weak. We are now just normal in terms of that. That's solid. Eat some of this. Okay. Put out the fire. Head back for sleep. Bring you with me. Equip you secondary. Here, hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, Purple Lemon. Just so that I don't get jump scared again. Bit and unbit. I'm trying my best, but it's the zombies are definitely not making it easy for me today. They already almost bit me once because of the so what happened was is I got cold at the instant that I went for a spear sab, and it slowed down the animation and almost killed me. That said, though, we've been doing fairly good, like kind of good, good-ish, good adjacent. Um, by the way, definitely follow Purple Lemon if you guys haven't. Uh, Lots of good zomboid there. It's not too bad. It's good adjacent. Yeah, it's not good, but it's good adjacent. Yeah, that's what I would say it is. Because it's like I don't ever want to fall back on the. Thank you very much for the follows, by the way. Do very much appreciate. Um, I don't ever want to fall back on the. It's like a push dodge or a push parry or whatever you'd want to call it. But I managed to not die because of that. So it's definitely not something you want to rely on. Yes, it could have been better, but you know, so far we've been having a good day. Like, I mean, I continue to survive. Unfortunately, my outdoor exploration is coming to a grinding halt because, well, you'll see here in a second. If I go outside, wait 1 second though, I want to make sure that this is going to last through my sleep. We'll eat this. Probably shouldn't have slept with that on because that gave me encumbrance, but whatever, it's fine. Try those. Here, we'll do this really quick. But we are up to... Do appreciate. But yeah, see, so we're up to minus 96. Like, it's super cool. Yeah, feel free. And, you know, thank you very much for the raid. And well, I mean, I'm just gonna see you around for sure. But yeah, it's outside is cold. It's literally cold death out there. And it's not even winter. This is like winter close to winter. It's October right now. So winter's in 2 months. It's gonna drop even colder, and I don't even know what I'm gonna do at that point. Like, I won't be able to go outside for more than a second. It's gonna be super cold, like mega super cold. Like right now, I have yeah, winter is coming. Exactly, winter is coming. Just barely holding it on. But I'm going to eat this, and then we're going to put the remaining fish in here. Because I've got to go and fish some more in hopes that I manage to. I'm not going to be able to save fish over the course of the entire winter, but you know, I'm trying to stock up and also stock a little bit up in the wood department because right now we've got about 12 or so days of wood in there, but we'll see. Yeah, it's super cold. We might even break triple digits soon. And the winter debuff kicks in November, so I'm hoping to get a little bit more XP squeezed out, but I don't expect we're going to get much. Why don't I move the build near the liver? That would be very doable if I had nails, but I do not have nails. Yes, I could take apart that entire wooden shack, and then I would have some nails, but that's not a guarantee. I don't have nails, though. Yeah. And we've not been lucky enough to find nails with foraging. So, you know, I'd hope we can find some eventually. I think we have one nail actually, and I'm planning to, if we find twine, make a fishing rod with it. But that's if we find twine. Yeah, I mean, I could make a small like area, but I wouldn't be able to roof it, so it wouldn't count as indoors. That's the issue with it, is that it wouldn't count as indoors. And see, just walking back to the house is like putting us at cold, nearly freezing. So my dreams of going over to the factory are not happening, not until the weather improves. Well, yeah, there's Ravencreek, but I'm not going to Ravencreek right now. It's time 16. I plan to take out Ravencreek when I get a chance. That factory is a part of Ravencreek. But we've been sieging it for a little while now. It's got to be. I don't think that it's lost most of its zombies, but it's definitely. I put a small dent in this factory, I think, because most of the zombies would be from there. They wouldn't be from this area because this area is probably woodlands, which probably would only have like a few hundred, maybe. I don't know. It's in the middle of the woods, so I don't expect that it would have a high pop. But yeah, we'll go and try and forage up a little bit more. The issue is that I can't really forage very much. But every branch is 2 more hours worth of heat. So Maybe we'll chop down these trees. So I just need to make sure that I'm maintaining at least 4 logs a day minimum. Otherwise, you know, we're going to run out. But I think we can do that. And then also I need to maintain my weight. I think we might be able to do some exercise, but I don't know. I don't like doing exercise, but if I've got nothing else to do. Because I feel like doing, like killing the zombies is plenty of exercise. We'll drop these on the floor, equip this in both hands. Actually, you know what? We will pick up 14 of you. Can't you make a trip to the outer houses? Lose the zombies in the trees? No, I can't do that. Because it's time 16. That's the reason why I can't. Is because I can't predict how many zombies are going to be there. I don't know the area well enough. And now, if this was West Point, kind of, maybe, probably not, though. Yeah, this is time 16, so I don't think I would be able to. Because I don't know the area well enough, and even, like, yeah, you don't really, on time 16, you don't do that kind of stuff. You're kind of, so time 16 means the population of the zombies. So, like, normally, Apocalypse is 1 times, and then it's 1.5 scaling. So over the course of 28 days, it jumps up from 1 times to 1.5, right? And that's standard for Apocalypse, right? Time 16 means I put all those numbers at their maximum. So the zombies, instead of, say, having times 1, like in an area, so let's say it's only 1 zombie, there's 16 zombies in an area, right? So then if you put that into, say, let's say somewhere like West Point in a cell that has 1,000 zombies, well, suddenly there's 16,000 zombies in that one cell. That's not quite how it works. It's not exactly like that, because there's not really a cell that's like that. But aside from, like, the mall parking lot and, like, the police, but that's kind of how it works. I can do it once. You're not wrong. I could do it once. I could go in there 1 time. I wouldn't be able to get out, but getting out would probably be the least of my worries. Joining the new zombie friends would probably be a large part of it. But yeah, time 16 is just when you scale the game up to its maximum population. Alright. Let's grab the other stone axe. Warm up a little bit first. I'm trying to chop some trees. No, it is warming up a little bit. It is very true, though, that I could do it once. There we go. Yeah, if I was at Riverside, I might be able to get away with it. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your evening. Starting to get up there into stupid numbers for that, but I don't mind. I'd rather not have to restock it at all. Okay, we'll sit here then. Did we break the other? I think we must have. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, we still have a fire axe, so there's that. A day when it's night. That's fair. I have one nail. Yeah, it's so hard to do anything. That's what I mean about it slowing down my attack speed. It's tough. I thought they needed water. Well, I'd rather do it now than later. Hello, my water is on fire? You are most right. But I have a good reason. it's, it's still like just barely in the positives when I'm near it. I needed to set the water on fire. It's the only way to survive, I promise you. But thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate that. Add glue to that. Okay, I think that those potatoes will be ready tomorrow. So I'll be able to at least eat potatoes tomorrow. And then what am I gonna do inside? Like we've got nothing to do inside. Like I'll be working out, I guess. I don't want exercise fatigue when am supposed to go outside and fight, though. I need to FIFO this a little bit. Okay. We're at a point now where inside is minus 44. Okay, I need to ease back on the fish just a little bit in order to not gain too much weight. Okay. Meta 2. That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Not too long though, alright? Alrighty. Let's continue. Lose a couple hours, but it's fine. Just wanted to be warm in case of combat. Which we see only one zombie right now. I definitely want to go in forage some more. We've got a slightly warmer day today, so that's kind of nice. Okay, so we'll warm up a little bit. And now we'll head over to... Well, I'm going to forage instead of fish today. Poison. What is this? Oh, farming magazine. Interesting. I don't think I have that one. You can read that later. Okay. Another bug. Okay. We'll make our way back to the fire, heat up, and then basically it's rinse repeat until I can get a nice warm day. Which is not likely to happen until after winter. I think we're basically screwed until the end of February. Oh, we found some winter berries though, so that's kind of nice. Okay. When it's not storming, we have a fairly large radius, which is kind of nice. Because we're starting to get up there in our foraging. Get rid of you. Nice. I mean, I have enough food. Is it actually warm enough a day to go and kill some zombies? Maybe. Whoa. Okay, let's not walk on the campfire. We actually could, in theory. We've got enough food that my character's not gonna be too hurting. We can just keep ourselves warm in between battles. Hi, Kurumi. Okay. You're home. Congrats. Are you gonna play more zero game? What? I figured that that's what you were gonna do. I didn't want to assume though. I figured I'd ask. Okay, we're actually doing kind of okay in terms of temperature. I mean, it doesn't even feel like minus 90. That's definitely a zombie that's coming through. I need to absolutely make sure, because it is chilly. Nope, not even gonna chance it. Okay. Now I'll run back, we'll have a rest. Heat up a little bit. We are managing to Survive. Kind of, right? But no, they get to move normally. I'm the one that's froze still most of the time. It's frustrating, but also kind of like, it's part of it. Yeah, it's added challenge. We did it. I made it to the fence. Okay. Alright. Well, there's only 5 hours on this campfire. There we go. That's what I wanted. Another 3 plus 1. Even the slow shamblers wouldn't be slow enough in this kind of weather. The zombies would literally seize. They wouldn't be able to move at all. Literally impossible. I want to light this campfire really quick and then have another sit. While I'm here, I might actually throw some of their clothes on there, but I'll rest first. Shorts. Add sock. Add pants. Add leather jackets. And then put it out. You just had your multiplayer side from Horde Night. That mod ain't no joke. I agree. Yeah, it is difficult, especially if I've seen Bonds play with Horde Night with sprinters, and that is nightmare fuel. It is insane. Absolutely crazy. Kudos, though. Oh, too much. Well, kind of. Kind of too much. It's not that it's too much for me to kill, it's just that I don't know if my temperature will hold. It's relocating after your base is overwhelmed. That's true. Alternatively, if you manage to defeat the Horde Knight, I'm sure that feels pretty nice. You and me both wish for a box of nails, because if I had a box of nails, I could do so many things. Yeah, it it is very much still clearing out the same factory, because I have to go slow. The temperature's been dropping and dropping. Like I'd like it to be faster, but it's like I have to make sure my character's maintained, otherwise she will have problems. Come on, construction worker. No luck. We're gonna go cold here in a second, but managing to hold together quite nicely. The attack speed difference is ludicrous. From one to the other. Hi, by the way. Hello. It's evening for me slash morning technically. Like it's early morning. It's been going okay. I'm really keen to get stuff going and like still. I feel like we're doing well. Do I rest? No. Okay, we'll put out the fire. I'm managing to hold together, which is decent. Like it's kind of warm right now though, so that's good. We have a warm day. Okay. We use spears for a bit again. You can do exclamation point PB and it's there. I don't remember exactly. It was like 2 years, 11 months or something. And in that playthrough, I defeated West Point, Valley Station, the Crossroads Mall, and I was working on Louisville when I died. No, it was I missed a swing and died for it. So what happened was I went to attack some zombies just to clear them out, and some you can do an exclamation point PB death if you want to see it. But it's I went for a swing with my katana, and then I nimbled into some zombies. So that's how that run ended. They're still coming. I don't want to chance it, so we're not going to. But yeah, I nimbled myself to death essentially. Would you believe that this is a nice day as well? Because it is. It's a nice day. The temperature seems to go lower than that, and we're almost at winter though. Though I'm so this is definitely it's cold and it's gonna get a little bit colder. Please don't break, pretty please. Thank you. Doing the Dixie things? Kudos. Best of luck to you when you decide to tackle one of the cities. Maybe retake Muldraw or wander on over to Riverside or Rosewood, or maybe assault some West Point or Louisville. You gonna go for Doe Valley? Fair. That's a good pick. Okay, I gotta get out anyways. We're unpleasantly hot because of our corpse sickness. And because I was near a fire. But yeah, I kind of can't wait for winter to be done. As interesting as this is, it's limiting my ability to do things by a lot. So like I'm only allowed to do certain things. This is tough. Yeah, we're not quite at winter yet though. We gotta wait a month. One more, or well, 2 more months, and then we'll be in winter. And I predict the run will get a lot harder to maintain. But we should be okay for the most part. Just so long as I don't get overrun and pushed out of the houses. If I get overrun, we're basically screwed. Hive mind CDDA start? That sounds painful. You'd have to use that like movement tech that Bonds uses with the speeding up time and the walk to. I don't know exactly how to do that. I know it exists. I could probably learn how to use it, but I don't know how to do it right now. It's like a walk to with time speed, like to make it so that you basically the zombies stand still while you get to move around. Kind of. Not quite, but kind of. Oh, you'd have to just watch Bonds. He does it all the time. You've been around the PZ community. You know who Bonsai is. Or Mr. Lamprey AU right now. And I definitely am gonna. I have it written down that I'm supposed to tell Bonds that his next name change should be what is it? Budget Lamprey, Lamproy, because that sounds fun. You're playing Plants vs Zombies. That's fun. I like that game. I especially like the nighttime missions because I think that the mushrooms are really cute. I mean, I don't have anything else going on, but I should go and fish. We'll put these things away first. And then I'll go fish. If I could just find a mitt full of nails, I would feel so much safer in that little house. Because right now, the zombies kicked off the boards for that house, and it's not safe. Yeah, I prefer single player. I just think it's more fun. Because I can pause, and I can talk to you guys, and I can explain things. It's nice. I like that. As well as, if I have to get up and like answer the door, or I want to change laundry over or get myself a tea, then there's no I have to run back to main base to do it. Plus speeding up time, yeah. Speeding up time is not my favorite thing to do, but it is useful because it speeds up the boring things, the things that nobody really likes doing. Like doing mechanics or spamming tailoring or you know the boring stuff. You speed up walking. Yeah, I mean, if you find it boring, I don't mind walking so much. I think it's interesting. The animation is what gets me. It's a smooth animation. It's not really slidey. You actually feel like your character's like actually walking around. Why am I here again? To fish. That's right. I don't need to eat these now, so I'm just gonna put them here. Go there. Cryo. Okay. Those should be ready soon. I thought they'd be ready today, but I was wrong. Yeah, that's true. It is kind of sad that the fish spoils, but I mean, it could be worse. At least I can still eat fish right now. I think it's going to get harder in November and December when fish is much harder to catch. I'm basically going to want to be doing the. There we go. The fishing at the optimal times every time. Just like hang them outside and they freeze and then they last for a little while longer. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. It's a neat mechanic idea for sure, but I know I could understand that would be a little overpowered in a way because then you could save a lot of fish for winter and then. But then again, you're also having to combat the. You'd have to cook all of it too. I don't know. The winter is going to be brutal. I've watched somebody like moving like they did that. They were like they had like this vehicle and they were in the middle of a blizzard and they like put out a tarp and flattened the snow and it was really cool. They made like their own little tiny inside area that was warm and nice. Yeah, it was a documentary. Maybe you've seen the same one. It was really neat. Okay, so I am gonna wear these because I do want to forage over being insulated for right now. Let's see. So put you out. Okay. Maybe. I don't remember. I just remember that it was really kind of cool. I watched it ages ago. It's like in the middle of a snowstorm, and they flattened it out and put drinks in the snow to get them cold, and had this little tiny like it was super cozy looking. No, it didn't seem simple. They seemed very like they knew what they were doing. go. I'm going to plant another rotation of crops here in a second. It's going to be over here. Okay. Yeah. Air, because I tried to move and fill my water bottle at the same time. Okay, and there we go. All the plants are watered. Yeah. On heaven. Go there. This can go back in here. And put you out. Please, oh please, don't make me deal with zombies right now. Okay. We're arrested. Yep. Alright, now we go outside and... Oh. Yes, winter berries. Nice. I'm tempted to put a fire over here somewhere. Is that a lunchbox? Cool, a lunchbox. I can decorate with that. The music change? Yeah, my playlist is just like songs that I like, instrumentals. Some things aren't instrumentals. Yeah, I like it too. You can do an exclamation point playlist if you want to see it. I added Frostpunk to this, the Frostpunk tracks to this playlist that's currently on. Um, the standard one doesn't include those, but mine's a duplicate. Because if I don't know if I'm going to keep those on the list, that's why. I do really like them. I think that they're good. So worst case scenario, I do have a lot of knives, so I could definitely chop a lot of bushes. And there's plenty of bushes over here. But now I'll head over to the house. So I can make one stone axe right now. That'll be able to chop down like 1 or 2 trees. see. Where are you at anyways? I'd like to go and get more of these, so let's do that. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, like a Fallout, like not like Toxic Fog either, like, you know, like proper Fallout, right? Fallout 1. That'd be neat. I would play that. That would be really cool. Someone's doing it? Okay, that's cool. Well, we should definitely keep an eye on it, because, you know, that would be really, really neat. Emma would love that. Emma loves the first two Fallouts, especially. And New Vegas. But, I mean, everybody loves New Vegas. That game is really, really good. Hmm. But the first two Fallouts are really, really awesome. I like the bosses, like the Master and um, is his name Frank? The super mutant guy? I can't remember. It's been literally like a long, long time. Hello. You know what? I'm gonna grab that and just have it as a decoration. I'm a tourist. There we go. It was Frank Hogan. Is it Hogan? I thought it was something else. Is it Hogan? It was like, is it like Hunnigan or something like that? Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. No, that's probably a Metal Gear thing or something like another game. Maybe not even Metal Gear. Yeah, it was Horrigan. I was right. Closer. Well, I was closer, but I wasn't quite right. There we go. Hmm. kind of go in. Rinse and repeat. As boring as it is, I would rather survive than not survive, so I'll just do the best I can until the weather breaks. Maybe we'll start doing squats or sit-ups. No. Maybe padded jacket and firefighter gear, but it's hard to say. My gear right now is fairly good. It's not the best, but it's fairly good. Wear this. Unfortunately, my right hand, or I think my right hand, um, has a hole in the glove. We'll run back. I just want to get rid of this stuff. If I was gonna run back, though, why did I turn off the fire? Darn it. I didn't mean to turn off the fire. Oh well. It just means we lose a few hours of the flames. Can you burn the house down if I leave food in the wood stove? Probably. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I would assume yes. I don't know the answer to that though, because I'm not gonna do that. I really don't want to burn down my home. There is very little interest for me to be doing that. Gross. Gotta get rid of that stale food. Yeah, I'm thinking yes. I think the answer is right. Is yes. You could burn down your home if you were to leave stuff in there. It's better to just assume that it is possible, right? Because then, if the worst case scenario, I don't burn down my house that way. But in the best case scenario, it doesn't matter, right? So in both cases, it's better to just go with the safe option and just not, you know? Another day. Waking up to frozen hell. What, hot bulldozer? That would be a mod, but I would assume it probably is the same as any vehicle. Electrical one and then two mechanics, but I could be wrong. Maybe the mod changes that and requires more. I am unsure. If it requires more, would post it somewhere. It would be somewhere on the mod page, maybe, or something. I don't know. I've not seen a bulldozer before in this game, so keep trying. Eventually, it'll start unless its engine's dead, but it'll still hotwire. You'll see the wires go in the key slot. It's just it won't if it's not going to start it. At that point you want to check the front and see what's going on with the vehicle. But yeah, if it fails, then that's just keep trying. Unless it specifically says somewhere that it requires more, which I don't think it would. I don't know how would they code that to be different. I mean, I guess they would just set up the hot wire chance separate, kind of like how some of these things require higher levels of tailoring. I don't know. I don't play with that kind of mod, so I'm not sure. What? Stale fish over there. Dry myself off. Should at least put one of those in there so we have it in there. I'm gonna chop these down. Oh, nice, violets. Okay, heat up first. Okay, and then we'll head back out. chop down a few trees. I was watching another PZ streamer and they had over 500k kills, and yeah, that is 100% Lamprey. Yep, Lamprey has over 500k because he's sitting at like something like 850,000. Last I looked, I think he's a little bit more than that now. By the, I think he's hoping to get to 1 million. Yes, 1 million kills, and then he'll probably clap his hands and be done with it. It's even crazier if you think about the from the people that I know. If you were to combine the two people who are in who are like second and third, their combined total is still less than Lamprey's total. Of course, it's not a competition, but it's like, I mean, it's for fun, you know. But it is something that's interesting. All right, let's keep foraging while we have decent-ish weather. Yeah, it would take quite a lot. I mean, even if Lamprey were to keep going at the current rate, it would probably still take him another couple years. I'd say another 2 or 3 years in order to fully complete if he kept the same pace. If he wanted to do the full 4.6 million, although he doesn't. There's just no reason to. The only reason there would be to is if somebody else was trying to do it, but it's like that's absurd. It's beyond like yeah, it's just too much. Like you get into the hundreds of K and you're just like, okay, And then yeah, to get that high, it just is. It takes a long time. That's over a year in reality, nearly. Nearly, not quite. Lamprey's hoping to be done before a full year has passed. And I hope he makes it. I hope he succeeds. And put another notch in his belt, so to speak, and then off he goes, on to his next adventure. I'm about to level up foraging. I can't wait. I do still have a hole in my gloves, but these gloves, one of the gloves is better than I would be getting out of both, I think. So I have a choice. Either I can have one hand that's cold, or I can have both my hands cold. Because I haven't lucked out and found another pair of gloves yet. Not on any zombie. So it's the best I have for the moment. And I've not seen a single zombie with a pair of leather gloves or, well, you just tested it in debug? The constant 19.2. So you're still generating body heat. So the thing that's really freezing me is the weather. The okay. Neat that you tested it in debug. I don't have any other choice. It's wear one glove or wear no gloves, and no, I would need a needle to patch that, and given my loot settings, I struggle to find those kinds of things. I'm lucky that I've got the gear that I have on. Same as I'm lucky to have a saw and a few other odds and ends. I'm just lucky to have them. I should count my stars that those things were in the apartment building. I mean, it was fairly good chance that they would be, but no, I haven't seen any on any zombies yet. So well, fingers crossed that we find some. No, no worries. If you're gonna give it a test, then I appreciate it. And I'll trust your judgment if you went out of your way to go into debug and try it. It's an interesting thing. It's definitely good to know. But yeah, no luck on the zombie front so far. You just need to keep hoping. Yeah, no, when you're cold or when you're hot, that's not new to me. I know that that's a problem. You get tired faster. Yeah, the construction zombies sometimes do, but I haven't seen any that of course I've not been paying that much attention to it. Usually but cuz the most important thing that I could get off the construction zombies right now would be nails. I need nails really badly. So, that's kind of what I would be hoping for if the construction zombies were sharing. Yeah, nails are greater. Well, I mean, kind of. If I could patch my glove, then I would take that over it, but I don't think that that's going to be an option. Like I would take a needle over nails easily, but that is not a tradable thing. Should be able to get. We'll eat this winterberry and then. I kind of want to make sure we're killing zombies still, so I don't see any around here, so I'm gonna go up a bit and poke zombies that are towards the factory. Because there should be some zombies in the woods up here somewhere. Yeah, because the factory's up that way, so unfortunately we're getting cold again. We can't move anywhere without getting cold. What's upstairs? Nothing. Thank you. I deconstructed all the things that were upstairs. Jeez, this stone axe is a beast. I just want to chop the path to make it a little bit smoother. I want to chop some of these trees down, maybe that one there. Just because I don't want to travel too far from home right now, but if I had known today was going to be so mild, I would have went out. Hmm. Oh, her hair grew again. What? You should have scissors in your bag. I must have put them away by accident. That's okay. We can go get some. cut my hair first. There we go. Put our hair back to the way it was. You know what? We can favorite these and put them in our bag. For now, anyways. Just because I want to keep her hairstyle the same. Otherwise, I'll forget it. Alright, we're gaining a little bit of weight. Good. I'll put all these twigs in there. Okay. Yeah, we're good. They don't need to be watered right now. We can grab some of the other branches later. And one of these actually needs to go in the other house over here. My sleep house, which, you know. I know it's a bit strange to have a house for sleeping, but hello. The progress to do that is tough. Like, I can't make very many moves at the moment due to the temperature. It's really, really hard. But I'm trying. Like, if I get another day like the one like a couple days ago, then I'll try. But it is tough because the weather's like into the minus 90s, minus 100, and it's tough. I can't travel too far from home, even with my little bonfires. They're not good enough. They don't keep you warm enough. Like, I can barely keep myself warm next to the fire, let alone trying to go and do stuff. And I already had one scare today where I was fighting with some zombies, and my cold ticked down one level, and my attack speed went so slow that I almost got bit. I'm lucky that we didn't get bit, because I could have died right then and there, and then it would be back on the carousel if I wanted to keep doing this challenge. I can't really stockpile them, but I am producing them. No, I tried it. I tried it already. Fires only work once, so if you have two fires near each other, it's not. It doesn't. They don't stack. Also, Wick told me that beforehand, but I did try it out myself just to clarify. So, because it would change Cryo Winter completely if I could stack fires. I would stack fires next to each other. I would heat myself, and then I would rush zombies. I'd probably, I don't know. I was gonna say I probably would heat myself to hyperthermia and then, but nah, I probably wouldn't want to do that because you get so much fatigue for being up that high, and then same for, it works both ways for the fatigue. Set yourself on fire. It doesn't actually warm you up. I know that from CDDA. You actually freeze to death while being on fire. Nope. You actually would be freezing while you're on fire. Wow, you can like see the difference between the swings. My earlier swings and these swings is a visible difference. Need more zombies? Why not shout? I mean, I can. I have been shouting. It's why my area is kind of clear. It's not perfectly clear. There's still zombies wandering in every now and then, but we're mostly clear right now. I don't want to experience that. I've been in the hypothermic like before in this playthrough. Well, not this playthrough, but maybe I have in this playthrough to get out here. There we go. We're good again. I feel like we're making some solid progress in terms of time. I'm hoping that we can push through winter. But we're not even in winter yet. We've got another 2 months before winter. We are in fall, though, and in colder months. Are my windows covered? They can't. What am I going to cover them with? I have no nails and there's no sheets. I can't cover them with anything. Trust me, if I could, I would. One of the windows is covered over on the other side there. Or not one of them, most of them. And I could bring the coverings from this house over to this house. But the thing is I prefer the coverings on this house as opposed to this house. Because I don't want zombies wandering into that house. If zombies wander into this house, I'm okay with it because, well, there's more space to work with. I can run around. I can run upstairs. I can lure the zombies upstairs. Why is that this house red? Because I've got. It's not lights. It's the oven's on. This oven's on. It's keeping me warm. I wish I had lights. But yeah, no. There we go. As we continue to inch towards foraging level 5. We aren't weak anymore though, so that's kind of nice. She's finally hit that lost the weak bonus or debuff, I mean. So she's not weak anymore. She's just out of shape, which I kind of can fix, I suppose, and I probably should. We can fix it by exercising, and I mean I'm not going to be doing very much of anything else at the moment, so I really should start exercising. We do sit-ups because sit-ups don't really affect you, and you know. But the issue is that she's going to be taking off her hiking bag for it. And then we'll rest. Oops. Okay, try again. No. Once her regularity is up, it shouldn't be too bad. How's my... Okay, we can eat fish. Oh, but it's gone stale. I don't want to eat the stale fish. That's gross. So we'll close this for right now, and I will throw the stale fish in a corner somewhere because I don't want to eat it. It can go over here. Okay, so we're good in that one for a little while. Oh, it changed it into a mushroom. It was gonna be a cricket and then became a mushroom. Okay. Dry myself off. And we'll sit back down over here. Hi, chili dogs. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? How are the puppies? Are the puppies good? Yeah, it's chilly. Suffering cold weather. Oh, okay, I get it. That's unfortunate. Hopefully they can stay warm. I'm really hoping that it warms up for you. I don't wish our temperatures up here on anyone. It's no fun. Right now it's what? We're still are we probably yeah, actually we're warm up here. Minus 24. Not bad. Okay, well, I need to go and fish preferably. I don't know if we're gonna be able to. Keep myself warm a little bit. Yeah. Ooh, one of those is ready. And this one's ready too. So we'll light this. We'll do some water stuff. Yes. I do really like Lost Woods. Lost Woods is one of my favorite tracks. Yeah, we're at a stage now where even the fire's like, eh. Like we got maybe so it's 9 degrees Celsius, which is cold by the fire. Colder than you would expect to be by a fire. Okay, I've watered most of these. There we go. And stack you. And the one benefit about this, though, is that I'm literally always next to a fire, so I never ever will be thirsty. But then again, I do get thirsty because of the temperatures that I'm forced to bounce between. I'm so cold and so hot, and so cold and so hot, and so cold. It's just like. Put out you. Harvest you. Alright. We need to get back and we need to sleep. I feel like every day we push through is like we're doing good. Want to unstack two of you. Uh, like this. Like that. Nice. These two and those two should go together. I still need to light this fire, even if I wasn't going to fish, which I will for an in-game hour. But like I came over here, so I have to light this fire. I got a pair of shoes and a pair of socks. Skills. You can open a shoe store. Okay. Okay, we're good for the most part. We don't need to stay inside. We don't need to rest. Okay. Oh, then that means we equip our foraging gear. Come on, mushrooms. Or berries, or anything. Mostly chipstones after we get a little bit of food. Alright, I guess we'll eat these for now and we'll do a workout. Because. Might as well get my regularity out. Much else could Candy doing? Okay, this is my last 30 minutes of the workout. Looks like the day might lighten up tomorrow, maybe. If we're lucky. And I can actually get some stuff done. And keep it going for now. Perfect. Right here. There we are. Can I link a song? I mean, links don't work in my chat, so no, unfortunately. But if you want to suggest music, I have a section in my Discord that's specifically for that. You're welcome to post it there. But too lazy. I mean, if you're too lazy, then that's on you, right? Resting. Yeah, it kind of is fitting. I've been trapped in the same loop, guys. It's been the same loop over and over and over. Fishing, foraging, fishing, foraging. I very much would like to go fighting, but I can't. The temperature's too cold. It's like brutal. I can't do anything. I'm trapped in a loop until I can get good weather. So, I mean, the weather looks nice right now, but it quickly devolves into not good weather, which I'm fine with so long as the temperature is not as bad as it is. But it's just going to get worse and worse until it gets better. I don't know what that is, but I can write it down. I can have a listen to it later, maybe. I feel like the Frostpunk theme is kind of does fit to a degree, but then again, I kind of my music bounces in between this and more fun stuff. So like by fun I mean more happy, go lucky kind of. That's just the way it is, though. Okay, let's put you out. Add one log to you, so you're good for the future, and off we go. I would like to do other things soon, but soon is relative. It'll be in a few in-game months, which means probably not now, probably later. But I'm okay with that. I would rather survive now and succeed at getting to through winter, and then afterwards we'll go make Ravencreek cry. The biking helmet's really good for insulation, but that aside, I have to take it off during the evening because I start to sweat if I don't. Also, the biking helmet's not good for foraging, so I have to constantly switch between the biking helmet and a pair of glasses. And I don't really have a good hat. I mean, I could go get one of those construction helmets, but that seems like a lot of work. I like the beanie as well. It looks better for her aesthetic. And it is the beanie she came in, so I don't really want to because that was part of her home loot. So parting it with it is difficult. I mean, I would part with it for my frog hat, but the frog hat gives no insulation. So when I make the frog hat, I'm gonna place it somewhere decorative. But I will make the frog hat. It will happen. Okay, let's have a sleep. Basically, right now, I'm just kind of slowly pushing through the motions until we are able to do more. Unfortunately, pushing through the motions is kind of boring. Nothing I can do to increase the speed, though, unfortunately. Unless I just stay inside, fast forward time, and don't care about my character, and then. But that's no fun either. Yeah. You would be allowed to say it's cold even if it was positive and you felt it was cold. I wouldn't make fun of you. Like, oh, my temperature is so cold that it's colder than yours. I mean, but it's not a contest. That's not. And if it's a contest, it's like not. It's one of those losing kind of contests. Who can lose the worst? Those contests are never fun. Yeah, no, I know your joke. It'd be the same with folks from other sides of the world too, northern ends. It's 40 outside. That's cute. uh, I wish it was minus 40 outside right now in this game. That seems manageable now. What temperature was in the day after tomorrow? I don't remember either. That was a good kind of movie where New York freezes, yeah, and then they have to like get the kids and they manage to like just barely like stave off the cold every so often. But it's weird because in that movie, that cold was sentient, is what it seemed like. I'm not the only one that thinks that, right? Like it was chasing people. Like that's how they kind of filmed it. Hello. Okay, I think you three logs. Oh, there's four there. Okay, good enough for now. Go get a couple. Minus 101. Okay, well, we'll get there. Don't worry. I'm sure the game won't let us down. We're trying our best to freeze, apparently. Okay. I need to start cooking some of these. We'll rip this, rip that, and I'm just gonna cook this pile here. How much longer do I think I'll be live? Probably not much longer. If you're thinking about asking somebody to raid me, you probably should get them to raid someone else. I'll probably raid someone. But I wanted to make it to the 3-month mark today. Because then that means that I will have pushed to the 3-month mark. It'll be middle of October, and we'll be able to, like, I want to push another month tomorrow if I can, so that we can slowly punch out these months. Because so that I can start moving again, like a real, like, you know. But I do appreciate you asking me. Where your lurk. Well, I mean, I will host somebody, so it will go somewhere for sure. Host, raid, host. I'm just gonna leave this food here, I think. Hauling it back takes a lot of effort, and I just don't feel like it right now. They're kind of funny. Sometimes it's because I gifted it to them, though. Because I like the game so much that I sometimes will gift it to people. Have a good sleep there. Rest well. Yeah. I seen somebody, one of my friends was wishing for it, and I was like, yeah, no, and it was Christmas, and I was like, I didn't know, like, I was like, I'm gonna get it for them. I got it for them. They seemed really happy. They're like, why'd you get me this present? I was like, trust me, you'll thank me later, or you'll hate me for it, because nothing will get done. One or the other. If nothing gets done, that's on them. It's not my fault. It's the best. But let's be honest. We wouldn't have it any other way. Would we? Like, really? Would we have it any other way? Gaz? Sky? Would you have it any other way? No. At least I don't think. In April? Was it the first? Sounds like an April Fool's kind of thing. My Zomboid addiction's almost over. Is it, though? By almost over, you meant it was moving from being an addiction to being something that you're just... It's not an addiction anymore. It's just part of you. It's like exists around you. It just... Yeah. It's not an addiction anymore. It's just my way of life, you see. Alright, have a little bit of a rest, and then if we're going to do this, we should do it away from the... We're going to make ourselves cold. Do this till about noon, and then I'll go foraging for a while. Okay, we'll do one more batch. It's just your arm. Yeah. Alright, let's go foraging. Dry ourselves off. As dry as we're gonna get. Oh, I forgot to fill my water. Oops. This is why I have two, though. Yeah, eventually, but I need to kill Ravencreek first, and then I can do whatever I want in this playthrough. Depending on if I die or Build 42 comes out. I genuinely hope Build 42 comes out before I finish this. But, you know. That's nifty. Oh, you were saying that to beef. My bad. This is my example of me misreading things sometimes. Okay, let's get a little bit of rest in. Got some more food. I want to be all warm before I head back out again. Oh, there we go. Now we can switch focus to stones. Now that we have a decent number of food. Well, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it's good to be afraid, but also good to. No, no luck on finding the gloves, but that's okay. I was told recently that well, Archie said that it was who was Archie? I might be wrong on the name, but um, that it doesn't matter, that my temperature is still good, and that it's just the cold weather. But it's a little bit of the cold weather, and I could improve it by a little bit. I think with like padded jacket, padded pants, and but it's hard. Yes. PG on 3 months. Thank you for the bits. Do appreciate. Celebrating 3 months. We did it. We survived 3 months on cryo winter. Although I am kind of just staying in the same area, which I know is probably kind of boring, but I do want to not die. So, this is a custom sandbox with like a few mods. You can do an exclamation point mods and it'll tell you, but mostly it's just Ravencreek, a few cosmetic mods, and then cryo winter. Yeah, so it's nothing too like deep. Like it is just like oh wait, it cut off the. That's not fire. Why did it cut it off? I feel like you guys got gypped. So I will still change it, but I'm gonna give you your points back. That's not cool. I don't like that. But hooray for 3 months. Give them back to you later. Oh yeah, well the sound effect got cut off for some reason. I don't know why. Normally it doesn't. But yeah, sorry about that. I'll give you back your points, don't worry. But we'll still change the sign. Yeah, I'm really excited about being past. I'm really excited about being past 3 months, but I will be even more excited to be past, like, you know. Thanks. I do appreciate the biddies. Yeah, I'm fairly pleased that we are nearly at this stage. If we could get past winter, though, then we'll be okay, I think. Because then I can start fighting again. We'll cook these. I don't. But yeah, thank you very much, you two, for the bits. Very much appreciated. Oh no, it's okay. I wouldn't expect you guys to do more. Bits are nice. They're any amount's nice. It's like it's a gift. Gifts are appreciated. Here we go. I basically have to stand on the fire to receive benefit from it. Choir is in real life. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that. I mean, we do too, but it's like, I mean, it's normal for us to deal with it. So it's like, I don't wish it upon anyone. I genuinely don't wish cold weather or, well, I mean, I wish cold weather more than hot weather on people, because cold weather you can bundle up, hot weather you can't do anything about. Like, AC, that's about it. You can't really do things for hot weather. We'll have to unstack you. Hello. Yeah. It's the smartest way to go or to feel it, I think. Hot weather always sucks. More than cold weather, but at the same time, cold weather still sucks. It still sucks. It's still no fun. Okay, so as much as it does suck, I need to stop there. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep playing like nonstop. I'll just keep going. So I'm going to wrap it up there for now because we are 3 months in and we'll be pushing towards November next. So November is when the fishing debuff happens. So fishing debuff is gonna kick in, and my fishing is gonna take a serious like downgrade. Um, Foraging is gonna be foraging and farming are gonna be what I'm gonna be hoping for. I don't have nails, so I can't do trapping. So we might get low on weight. If I get really desperate for meat of some kind, which I hope I don't, um, what I might do is I might try to save up fish for a few days and then cook them all at once and just sort of eat them all at once so that I can gain all the calories. But we'll see how that goes. Oops. Wait, there we go. But anyways, I'm going to. It's funny that stills that you get when you've hit the quit button. Because this one's got me fishing. I know you guys can't see it, but I see me fishing. There we go. What difficulty of Cryo Winter is 3 and 4. So permanent storm and hard. Anyways, all right. Let's see who we have to raid. I will probably be back again at some point later. Let's see. Hmm. It's funny because I raided a lamprey yesterday. I could raid a lamprey again, but this is a different lamprey. Okay. Yeah, we'll raid Mr. Lamprey AU. There you guys go. All right, go say hi to Bonds for me, and I wish you guys all the best. It's been my pleasure as always. I also looked up that thing yesterday, the domain thing. Like it's like anime, like hand signs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, could be. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always.